Hello, everyone. Welcome to the Loncast episode 5. We got a very special episode coming up to you right now. We're going to be talking about Celica, a character that I have personally played a decent bit before, but I'm not quite an expert, but I would like to yap about nonetheless. However, we have a very special, important guest here in order to be talking about the Celica A Mercury, Mr. E30. How about you introduce yourself?
Hey everyone, I'm E30. I am I guess I should give a little bit of an introduction on about me playing Celica. I've played this character ever since 2.0 dropped, and during Archival 2019, I was able to play her during the basically like the public beta test that they had, where you just get to line up and test out the new 2.0 characters, and I just really jived with her then. After that, I just really stuck with the character ever since. I've had a couple ups and downs where I consider dropping the character, but I've always made my way back to her. And uh, I don't, unfortunately, I don't have any notable tournament wins, but I guess one of the main things that I have on my, I guess, tenure is that Saphirius made a video showcasing basically a brief primer on some of the characters in the cast. I don't think it's a complete series, but they at least covered Blaze Blue, and I was one of the people that were listed as a notable play for Celica. So I feel like that's a little bit of a credential and just general tenure with the character because I have stuck with them for this long, and I have no intentions of dropping them.
Yeah, definitely. Even though you don't got those like big tournament placements, I've definitely been playing with you for a long time. Usually fighting your Celica. You got some very solid fundamentals, and I think you'll definitely be the right person for the job here by discussing Celica, a Mercury in a BB tag. So this video is going to cover a couple topics. It's not gonna just be one specific thing. This is going to be like kind of a general like Celica podcast. We're going to be talking about various things, including like meta, like general character synergies, and like other things of note. So this is not going to be necessarily like a I don't know. I think when we were discussing the idea for this, we kind of wanted to do a quote unquote case study. Isn't that right?
Yeah, pretty much. Just kind of talk about the character and some of the notes that we made here is just basically, where after all these years, 2.0 has been out since like what for about 5 years now. So I
Hmm.
think even now, I still think even today the meta for BB tag is constantly evolving. But I think even after 5 years, I think it's a good time to really sit down and talk about the character because me personally, I'm under the general philosophy that I don't think a character in any fighting game will be 100% solved. And Celica is no exception, but at the same time, I don't think there is a huge amount of stuff to discover with the character.
Yeah, like kind of just based off her design in this game and in CF, she is a relatively simple character with a relatively simple game plan, but like nonetheless, she has pretty solid tools overall, and we'll get to discussing some more of that in the later parts of this episode. But yeah, for me personally, I've always had a vested interest in kind of learning and playing Celica because like there she's cute. I wish there was like a gameplay reason or like or like oh I really like jive with like other characters. But no, she's for me it's like I it's like complete waifu pick, but like she has some interesting tools and I think she has some interesting places. But for one of the word kind of on that related topic for like one of the first things we're gonna talk about, it's kind of like just her general like beginner friendliness, but like also Celica is a relatively rare character and um, there are very much reasons for that to be the case. And E30, why don't we discuss some of those like kind of ideas we were posturing before this episode?
Yeah. I guess I'll start with like a little bit of an introduction on like what I would put Celica as. She's a very much a traditional rushdown character, and she has what's effectively what I like to call the Walmart Ragna boot, where her 5As are really good. Like it's this is going to be a hot topic later, but that button in itself is just extremely strong and just allows her to just do so many things with it. But overall, I'd say she's like a pretty standard rushdown character, and I think in terms of general meta placement, which is a topic we'll be talking about later, is that you know she is effectively a budget Ragna, as I like to call her sometimes, with how many similar some of the similarities that they have in their kit, like they're 5As, both 8 framers that just hit from downtown, and they have their own version of a healing mechanic, and have multiple ways to kind of close the gap or just maintain pressure. So um, overall, like decent character. Um, I I guess this is a form of narrative pushing in itself, but generally speaking, I know a lot of people do not see her in a very favorable light. Like I know there's some people that think she's bottom 10 character or C tier character, but I think overall she's probably like a very good middle of the pack B tier character. Or if I want to be like I guess critical, probably on the lower end of B tier if anything.
Yeah, and we can definitely discuss some of her like placements on tier lists and meta a little bit later. But like as you said, like they're very similar to how Ragna plays, but it's not cap at all to say that the despite the similarities of the characters, there are significantly less Celica players, and I definitely think like a part of that is well, I think the Ragna illusion is a very big case. Is like Celica does have some solid tools, but she has a lot of really weird aspects to her kit that make her kind of a unappealing choice to play. Like as you can see, we have an image from one of Atkins' videos, kind of the beginner recommendations, and she is at the very bottom there. We can I think after we can discuss like what we think about this, but like I I definitely think they're there for a reason, just because like it is a little hard to kind of justify playing her in this environment when there are other characters that kind of fulfill her role a lot better. She in the current state of BBTAG, I don't really feel like she covers a significant niche. She has one good assist and then two kind of whatever assists, and 4P out of which is pretty awful overall. So like when people like go to the character select screen and they look objectively kind of at character kits, it's like damn, what do I have here? But like it if you had to guess E30 though, like why do you think people like you particularly and like others are like drawn to Celica?
So me personally, right?
Yeah, but like you can theorize about like how why other people do.
Yeah. I will say from my personal experience, for those that don't know me, I am a huge fan of like any character with a ponytail. I just really like the hairstyle, and that just kind of translates into the my character choices most of the time. And like for me personally, like Sally has a lot of good tools, and I fall bias aside. Like I do fall into the people that play rushdown characters archetype, and it just so happens that Celica is a character visually and kit wise I really do enjoy. So I think it's just or that's why I personally like playing her, because it's just a lot of things that I like in a character are just put into one basket that is Celica. So I think it's really nice for other people that play the character. Like I want to also make a reference to Atkins' other video where he made that flow chart on finding a BBTAG character. And like I if I were to make a somewhat educated guess on why, it's just that people really like the rushdown archetype but don't really like vibe with Ragna for whatever reason, or characters of that similar archetype, or just they don't really care about tier lists. So I think um I definitely think with Celica in this game and where she is on the where she is on most people's tier list, or how most people see her, it's definitely more of like a uh effectively just a waifu pick for the character amidst other things. But uh, also piggybacking off of what you or asking answering your other question. I think one of the main reasons why people are deterred from playing her is I definitely think I'm not going to say there's a learning curve, but there's just a lot of like growing pains that you have to just kind of make some adjustments with the character. And I think one of the main reasons why is I want to say like I don't know how it is in other regions, but at least from some of my observations in NA, why some people don't want to play her is just because they look at a tier list and see her on the lower end of it, and they just tell themselves, I don't want to do that. In a game like BBTAG, they don't want to suffer as much by playing this character.
Yeah, I definitely think that is kind of a prevalent struggle a lot of people have when picking a character, and like we keep on mentioning, she really is very similar to an archetype like Ragna. So it's just like, give it a choice. It's just like, oh, I could have like a character with like a good solid like kit, like good solid damage, and good mix with like Gauntlet Hades, and they're just gonna pick Ragnar. No one really wants to like play a character that has really weird combo routing, inconsistent combos for various reasons, and a little bit of a weird mechanic that we will talk about on the next slide. But before we move on to that topic, I will kind of want to touch upon like the list that we do have uh in front of ourselves like right now. Do you think that Celica should be at the very bottom of a beginner recommendation tier list?
Um, if so, first I want to talk about why Atkins and Scrub ultimately put Celica down there. So the Be Careful tier list, this is going based off of memory when I watched it, but they basically put these characters in the Be Careful tier because they usually have some kind of inconsistency with their kit, and it's something that you have to make a lot of concessions and adjustments for if you want to like generally succeed with that character. Um, I personally don't think she should be that low. I think she should either be in the tier right above it, which is may come with some struggles, or if you think they're cool, you should 100% do it. I think if I want to be fair, and I think my initial evaluation is may come with some struggles because there's a lot of things that about her kit that, as you mentioned, you're going to have to make some adjustments for and a lot of concessions and just have some general awareness on certain things to where it's not completely impossible to do, but it's just going to be pretty rough. Um, I think one of the things is her healing mechanic, and we're going to talk about that very soon. But that's something that like is to be considered, and you got to have the awareness of. So ultimately, I understand why they put Celica and Be Careful, but if it were up to me, I definitely think that she should. But I think at the moment, I think she should be put up one tier at least in this.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I'm definitely inclined to agree. And seeing some of the other characters that are in the two tiers above her, like I myself have played Celica for a decent amount of time, and overall, like her kit definitely comes with a lot of struggle moments. But I also generally think that that could be the case for a lot of the other characters that are above her on this list. So like, and at least in my general opinion, I totally would like if someone saw Celica on the roster and it was just like, hey, she kind of cute and like her buttons are very fun to press. I wouldn't have reservations um recommending that character. I would very much promote it, and she does have a bit of a team building problem, a little bit, not as like as intense I think as some other characters. So in terms of like flexibility and for the recommendation for like a new player, there might be a bit limiting if they want to like really focus on Celica. But nonetheless, I think that her game plan is overall simple, and her buttons are decently intuitive to like flow into each other, at least from like a new player perspective, as long as you're not trying to do anything crazy. And you do still have some some backup when it comes to like doing funny stuff with this character. So it's not all painful. I don't think so. So like I don't know necessarily like you feel about it, but like I definitely do agree with you. Like, yeah, she should on this list specifically. I do think that she should be bumped up a little bit, but also like I really wouldn't feel too awkward about recommending Celica to somebody if there already is like that vested interest in learning her.
Yeah, like I for me personally, like if I wouldn't recommend Celica as a character if they weren't interested in them. Because I think with the current perception and like if I were to be completely honest with someone, it would be a very hard sell.
Hmm.
Um so yeah, like I said, I do understand why she's in Be Careful, but I think I feel like a more appropriate stance would probably be may come with some struggles at the very least.
Yeah, I can definitely agree to that, but at the end of the day, I think the core underlying idea of why Celica is definitely on the lower end of recommendations, and like one of the biggest things I think setting her back from being a really good character, because I think we've talked about it before, like if this one thing right here, if her healing mechanic, if her drive was a functional mechanic and actually worked in the context of BBTAG, she would be great. If you want to give a general overview for people that might not be familiar about how her drive works in this game, but also in comparison to how it is from our home game, I think that would be helpful.
Okay. Yeah, so I'm going to try and explain it. I'm just going to explain it in the way that just makes the most sense to me. So, if it doesn't make sense to anyone, the dust loop is available for people that want a more maybe eloquent way of going about it. But so basically, the way her healing mechanic works in BB Tag is that if she has if she's either at full health, which is also a condition, but if she has no red health on her as a character, she gets access to two enhanced specials, and basically, the two enhanced specials are 214A and 214B. And a 214A is basically just a forward advancing move, and but now it has when it's enhanced, it has better projectile guard point properties, and it has a hitbox on basically the flames of the jet. So you have some more stable combo routing when you're in enhanced state. And then her 214B, which is an armored overhead, basically it doesn't have any better like frame data like on startup or active, but at the very least it's the armor or the guard point that the armor properties that it does have activate quicker, and uh it is the frame data or the frame disadvantage on block isn't as as harsh. So those are the main two things about them, and the reason why it's pretty horrible for a game like BB Tag is because in a game that's very scramble heavy and just can just in general can just throw out a lot of stuff on the screen, you're going to take chip damage, and chip damage takes you out of that um takes you out of enhanced state. And it could just be, blocking maybe a special move or, in some cases, a hide normal or even just someone else's normal in resonance. So it's very hard to like maintain that state. And it's, I'd say it's very easy to, I guess, yeah, I'd say it's decently easy to get back in that state. But at the very least, it could cost you 1 meter. And the reward that you could get from it is honestly not that great because it can be taken away just as easily, if not easier, than getting it back. And for frame of reference, the way it works in CF, I'm just going to read off of the dust loop. But so the healing mechanic is called recovery cap, And Celica gains recovery cap by hitting drive attacks, passively using overdrive, or by guard pointing the opponent's attacks with special moves like Marteau Flan, Lance Quiche, or I. I'm not going to pronounce this. It's French, and I do not want to butcher it as much as I already have. But on in CF, it appears as a blue section of her health bar, and Celica can convert this blue health by hitting the drive ender and going up into the follow peel, or by using armor sorbet, which I believe that's one of her supers. I want to say. Let me just double check on that.
Honestly,
Yeah,
I don't know Celica, but so yeah, okay.
yeah. It's her healing super.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, so you basically just have to spend meter to like gain that back if you have that. Well, it's blue health in CF, but moving on. Alternatively, Celica could also consume that recovery cap to perform enhanced versions of those previously mentioned moves. Enhanced specials are performed with any non-zero amount of recovery cap and will immediately use all of it. And the blue health isn't actually HP, and it won't stop Celica from losing a round when it reaches zero. Um, and also, just as a side note as well, it cannot exceed her starting health, so she's just capped out at I think it's 10k in CF.
I believe so. Yeah, she's in the lowest health bracket. I think due to compensate for her healing.
Yeah, so like I'll go into this later on what I think could be changed, but I think it's just a very I don't think it's very I understand why they did it in BB Tag, but it's just like in practice, compared to in theory, it's just pretty horrible for her because unless you can just completely control the pace of the game from the start, which can be done because she is one of the people in contention for best round start buttons in the game. But outside of that, it's just if we're talking like practically in most matches, there are going to be points where you're just going to have to block a special or just you're going to get opened up. So you lose track of that enhanced state pretty quickly, and it's just I'll talk about this a little more, but like one of the ways that I've learned to like play Celica is just to see enhanced state as effectively a like cherry on top of the icing because I think overall trying to focus on that just can be an active detriment sometimes.
Yeah, like the I don't know, like we touched upon it. Like there are only like two big things being changed in Celica for enhanced state, and on the surface, it doesn't seem like that would be that big of a deal. But in terms of her combo routing and in terms of some of her potential mix too, having access to that enhanced state is big. Um, so part of the reason like Celica is a little inaccessible for some people is that technically you have to learn two sets of combos, and it depends on what enhance or if you're in enhanced state or not in enhanced state. That back burner on 214A, the Lance Quiche, does allow for pretty consistent and very high damage combo route. If I'm not mistaken, like off of 5A, she can get like 9k solo with enhanced or 8k solo. Does that sound right?
On round start, if she gets counter hit 5A, she can easily route into 10k.
Yeah, like it is a pretty significant damage increase. But without enhanced state, she's forced to do a little bit of a weird kind of like reland combo, which unfortunately, this is like a very much another big thing too. Does not work on like 5 characters, which is like 5 out of 53 characters doesn't seem like a huge deal. However, one of them's Yumi, um, which means that she doesn't have a consistent combo against one of the most popular characters in the game. One of them is also Nine, if I'm not mistaken, who is not necessarily as popular, but is one of the biggest threats in terms of today's metagame. That is just a huge pain. I know Kurogane is one of them, another high tier character. Like a lot of like at least 3 of the characters she doesn't get consistent combos against are like high tiers or top tiers in 2 cases. So it's really awkward for people to have to learn that. And there are workarounds in order to do it, but you have to either sacrifice damage, and in some cases you kind of have to sacrifice Oki in order to do it. So it can be really frustrating for a lot of people to have to deal with that growing pain. And when you tell people like, hey, you have to learn two sets of combos depending on when you're enhanced or not, they're gonna go like that's stupid. Like I can go play like another character and it doesn't matter what state I'm in. I'm always gonna be able to do a very consistent, usually a like high damage combo. Like since we're comparing him to Ragna or compare her to Ragna so much, it's just like Ragna can do his B from like wherever he wants off every hit. Celica can't. And another thing that getting enhanced state would get her access to is not only is her combo like kind of character specific, it can also be range specific too. If I'm not mistaken, like far range 5A, you can't grout into her normal route unless you do like 2766 routing, which is like that stuff is like hella hard. So because she doesn't have access to those enhanced state because of how BS her drive mechanic is, it's like it makes the character just harder to play for like no reason. And one of the other aspects that is specific to kind of enhanced state too is her JC is special cancelable on block, and that backbender on 2148 can actually cross up to. And without that, if you hit JC at a specific angle, sometimes your 241A will just like whiff. And if your opponent is cognizant enough and you're not covering with assist, that can also um I can also like kind of screw you over. So there are like two big aspects, at least in my eyes, that make the enhanced state kind of important for Celica, even though it doesn't change much. But because of how infrequently you get this, because you're blocking specials, you're blocking assists, it's like it feels like you're playing half a character at all times.
Yeah, like as much as I mentioned that, like, oh, it just feels like icing on the cake. Like, I definitely think in the grand scheme of things, it matters quite a bit. But unfortunately, in the way that like I want to play this game practically, I most of the time I have to just make the concession and just play without it for the most part. And if I'm able to, if I'm in certain situations where it feels like this is a good time to heal or I should heal, then yeah, it would be good. But yeah, I'm also looking at the list here from for uh for who just who you can't combo. It's Izuyoi, now it's okay, Nine, Neo, and Yumi. And I'd say like given who are actively playing right now, I'm like you'll see all of it, like maybe except for Kurogane, because that character's probably the least popular out of everyone in that group. Kurogane and Izuyoi, but it's you there's a decent chance you'll run into like any of those characters. And yeah, you're just losing out on so much just by not doing by not even having a like some of her better bread and butters. And what's funny too is that I'm also just looking at this list, and even though it's just you can either do the rejump route or you can do the IAD route, I personally do the rejump route because it's like usually the most stable unless I gotta fight one of those characters. Sometimes the rejump route drops on some of the characters that are in the IAD route. So there's just so many layers of inconsistency to the character, and it's just evidently it's matchup dependent. So it's really hard to like you gotta sit down this person that's interested in Celica and be like, hey, so you have three bread and butters you gotta choose from. Well, actually, I guess four because like if you get a max range 5A on one of the characters where you don't have a combo, you're just you have another even more butchered combo you have to route into. So like from that standpoint alone, like just telling someone, hey, you have four combos that you have to learn and they're like distance dependent and character dependent. It's as I mentioned before, it's not an easy sell.
Yeah, for sure. And like we've both played Celica for a long time. They're like you know I mentioned it's just like two moves being enhanced, but like I feel so much better in enhanced state. The very rare times that we are able to like play Celica in enhanced state for maybe even like 15 seconds of the match, I feel so much freer. And a lot of that is because of that combo routing. It's like we were just talking about like she has three bread and butters or three or four bread and butters you have to like work with. If you're in a hand state, you only really have one. which is kind of funny. And it works on every character. It does great damage, and if you want to, it has pretty damn solid Oki. One of the aspects like not being an enhanced state does is like your Oki is generally worse because you don't have access to those backburner combos on 2-1-4A. I think you lose out on consistent like super jump tech chase stuff with Celica backburner, because you have to root into like JC Ender like 90% of the time without enhanced. Um and even then, like if you're not in enhanced state and you're playing against one of those characters that you can't combo, the fact that you have to cut your combo super short is like really awkward because you're losing out on a corner carry because like Celica has very potent corner carry if she's actually able to get her combos off because she does have dive kick Ender, and that basically is it's not quite corner to corner, but it can be pretty damn close. So not having access to it just means like your pressure is gonna be lessened too afterwards. It's like it's the damage, it's the Oki, it's like everything just becomes so much worse with Celica, and all this would be all of this would be alleviated if she had consistent access to enhance. And it's just like it's such a shame that they just decided to design her in such a way. It's like I'm sure there've always been discussions since she came out. Like, why isn't it the inverse, right? Why isn't it that when she has red health, she's in enhance, which is more similar to how it is in CF, because that would just improve the playability of this character a lot.
Yeah, like I can imagine they wanted. I mean, this is for the sake of simplicity in kits, but it's like I think it would be funny if she just had the blue health as a thing, just to be like, hey, even though you're not in, you don't have full health right now, you can still cash out at least one enhanced special. But yeah, I think like we mentioned, I generally understand they wanted to simplify kits a little more, but it just in theory I understand, but in practice it's horrible.
Yeah, just like any chip damage, any at all, will hurt you because like there have been moments where I've been playing against you and you get a hit on me, um, but you have to like block my assist that's coming out, and it's just like, ooh, wow, I made the right call, but now I don't have a mechanic anymore, and suddenly all my combos are scuffed, all my damage is nerfed, and it's like you like, and a lot of the times I look at it and I'm just like, you did the right thing. You're not getting like super punished by it. You're not getting hit by my assist, and generally you can still follow up on the hit that you did against me. But the fact that you had to block my assist is just like, oh, there goes your 10k. Stay free. Like there, it's really hard to quantify stuff like that if you haven't played Celica. But like as we were kind of discussing on the last topic, it's like that is a pretty big feels bad man reason, of why people I think even who have picked up the character end up kind of dropping her. Is just, there's just those really weird moments where you feel just that awfulness of having to like your fun is gone because you suddenly don't have the enhanced state left. And a lot of people who do main the character are very much like you, E30, who are just like they learn to play without the mechanic, and they assume that 95% of the game you're not gonna have it, which is just like it's really hard to like recommend somebody like that, like half your character is gone just because you interacted with the game mechanics.
Yeah, like in the grand scheme of things, if she like had more consistent access to her enhanced state, um, I mentioned this to I've mentioned this to you a lot, and I'll bring it up again. But like compared to like you, when the character's enhanced state, you're getting hits and you're doing damage, you effectively have to succeed a lot less when uh every time you get an opening.
Mhm.
And yeah, just having that general access to that enhanced state just really like really shines a light on that because as you mentioned before, at the very worst you're getting like what average like 4 or 5k off of every opening, but like if you're getting a good hit in enhanced state you can easily break 10k, and that's like provided you have the meter to do it. But like if you're letting a counter hit 5a that could route into the 10k combo, uh And just in general, BBTAG meter comes around easy. So it's like it's I don't know what else to say. It's rough out here.
Yeah, and like there are very noticeable differences when Celica is able to play in the enhanced state. Like um just let's like talk about the round start interaction. Yeah, like you hit me so many times with just round start 5A, and I'm like, okay, well, that's half my character's health gone just at the start. Like, not a like surprisingly, like not a lot of characters get that much reward off just the round start because it's like it's 10k damage, it's pretty good Oki. Like you start off the game with such a strong foot that like it is well worth it to like basically I think start off the game as boldly as possible just so that you can just so you can have that first hit with enhanced because there I haven't really done like a study or statistic on this but like I feel like you are so much more favored to win if you just win the round arts interaction and you are able to get that enhanced state just because you don't have to deal with the unfortunate reality of it being turned off. Like I don't know if you would agree with that statement, but like that's generally how I feel.
Yeah, I think, especially, well, actually, I think just for anyone really. I definitely think that round start is important because that just allows you to, if you really want to, set the pace and set the tone for the match. Um, like I think there's I know a lot of people mentioned before, but I think that there's a lot of reasons why people hold in such high regard, Ragna, Mitsuru, Weiss, and Celica in some ways, just because they have a good round start button. In a game that's as aggressive and as wild as BB Tag, being able to control the pace from the start and or dictate the pace from the start and just allow you to take the first turn, I think can say a lot. And another thing in a game like BB Tag, this game can be very momentum heavy. And just being able to take the initiative there is something very, I think personally to me, very important.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, like that round start is definitely really starting with Celica, and I do think because of just how the healing mechanic works, she is a character that very much gets worse over time, which is not a thing that any other character in this game has to deal with. Like most characters with a gimmick kind of ramp up to it. Like I'm just thinking about install states like Yang, Elizabeth, and to some degree like Yukiko too, who have to like lose health in order to get into their enhanced states. Um, but there is a pretty damn significant difference between being in those characters' enhanced states and not being in those enhanced states. And Celica suffers from the inverse problem where well, I guess not technically the inverse problem because if she is in the enhanced state, it's good. It's just that her enhanced state turns off over time, whereas other characters' enhanced states don't. Um, so that's just like man, and I think one thing that I think is important to touch off on too is like she can get into it back if she heals, but it's surprisingly hard to actually get a heal off in tag because um, she still does get a meaty after she goes into the drive ender, which is the 5 BBBB. Um, but she loses pretty significantly Oki options because if unless you're completely respecting her, she basically just has to go for meaty 5A. So going for a heal on every combo is not super realistic. And another thing too, her 214C, her enhanced heal is a pretty long commitment, and with the readily availability of burst, it is hard to weave it in because you basically need the ideal situation is some type of capture state like Yumi, Aerial Rave, or like if you're being really schizo, like something like a command grab. But like for most characters, you kind of have to call an assist, and as soon as that assist is called, it's like, oh, well, I guess I'm just gonna get bursted, lol. Which is another loss of tempo. And like another aspect too is it only really heals your red health, which might not be a relevant like it might not be a good reward proposition to spend the bar and spend the tempo loss in order to do it. And I mean, I've seen you do some pretty snazzy heals here or there, but like I think needless to say, they're not very applicable scenarios.
It's very situational. Like most of the time, I just go for 2-1-4 B ender because it gives you like comparatively better Oki, but like in unenhanced state, Celica doesn't really have like what some characters have, where it's just an Oki that covers all techs or like most of them at the very least. And there's another funny thing about Celica 214 C specifically is that it has the frame data is longer than just doing the 5 BBB ender. So what happens is if someone's ready for it, they could just tech forward and punish you for that. Like you'll still get your healing off, but it's just kind of like, oh yeah, I just got all this health back, and now I'm going to lose it and then some, just because I tried doing that without an assist.
Yeah. So, funnily enough, as this episode was recording, I was playing against Tomoe, who was playing Celica Yumi, and they tried that once, and I'm like, cool. I'm a forward tech you and kill you because like um it's just really hard to even like BS people with that. It's the animation just takes so damn long that like even if they like back tech and like realize, oh hey, you're doing it, they can very easily just run up and hit you with it. And if they're not covering it with an assist, and even if they are covering it with an assist, like you can just navigate around the assist and like suddenly they're put into a pressure situation again. And like Stelka, I don't know how you would feel about it, but Celica has okay defensive options. They're not amazing by any means. They're pretty solid, but they're not like easy get off me tools. Besides like kind of the universal push block.
Yeah, like universal push block, I think the DP, there are some things to be desired, but like overall, like I think she's not she's not like she's not struggling completely when she has to block, is the best way I could put it.
Yeah, like I'm kind of agree. Like she has a decent 6 frame mash and she has a decent DP. It's like they're pretty solid. It's just like the fact of the matter is like when the other character goes in, it's not like, oh, let me I got like the funny like Yumi 5A mash or something like that. There's just not something like ridiculous that you have in order to get it. So especially like losing tempo in return, or at the very least having to return to neutral isn't necessarily like the greatest value proposition for order to get this heal off. And granted, it's theoretically like the best heal in the game if you have a lot of red health, and if you're playing against a, I honestly think like the best use case for the 214C heal is you just play it against a super chip heavy person in resonance and you manage to survive all that. And because you're in like kind of that 2v1 situation, it's less likely that you get punished for going for a cheeky heal, or like they don't have burst available for to cancel here at all. So it's nice for that, but that is a very awkward situation to have to be in, and you have to take a lot of chip in order to do that. Or I guess I don't know, you're playing against a very chip heavy Hyde. Might be nice too, but yeah, I don't know what. I actually I do know the last time that you had good value out of 214C, but like if you had to just give a baseline statistic, how many games out of 10 do you think you use 214C?
Like negative 15. So
Yeah.
like like one in like 25 games maybe. And like even then that statistic is like, oh, even if I see I have a good amount of red health, I might go for it. But like most of the time, just kind of like, man, I gotta hold that and just like either find a really good opening or just run. Because as you mentioned before, you can burst it. And like I think one of the best answers to like someone doing Saga 214C, even if they have a comp. So they need to do the Celica player needs to do like one thing to keep it to keep a to have a 214C be like completely safe. And it's just cover that with an assist. Um, most of the time, like at the end of a combo, or like maybe, you know, if for a reason you're playing a team like or as you mentioned before, like a capture state or like even something like BZO or command grab. you need to have something cover it that's unburstable because like the team, like, let's say for example, the team that I primarily play is like either Celica Katsuya or Celica Yuzuriha. And the best way for me to get a quote unquote safe way to do 214C is just to do like a normal combo, route it into the 5BBB ender, and then call it assist and then do 214C just so that they have enough, just so that they're in enough hit stun to where like they won't just tech forward and kill me for
Yeah,
it.
like, or sorry.
There are very like niche cases of where you can I guess I'll say this. I don't think there's realistically, unless it's certain matchups, there's not a lot of places for you to do 214C safely.
Yeah, it's like try as you might to get those like unburstable setups off. It's just like it's a lot harder in practice than it is in theory. And as I mentioned, the value proposition for losing like your tempo or your Oki off it isn't always the best thing. And like and for me, I primarily when I play Celica is Celica Aurier. That team straight up just does not have a good way to do 2-1-4-C. You'd think that 4P would be nice, but the animation for 2-1-4-C is just that long that a 4P does not even cover it. Like I think I'm safe, but barely, and like I have to mash something like 4A. So it's just awful, and a lot of characters do not have a safe way to even do it at all, even if they don't have a burst available, even if they can't like punish you afterwards or I let me rephrase that. Like even if you have a safe way to do it and it often isn't the best way, or it isn't even like good to do it in the first place just because you don't heal that much health or you lose a lot of tempo off it, and just like straight up a bunch of characters who just don't even have access to a safe way to do it at all. So it's just like it's really unfortunate how this move ended up being, because on paper like a 1 meter big chunk of healing is really good. It's just like in practice, the value proposition it's not there.
Yeah, and um, the well, I guess I feel like it's a good time to talk about when I did use it. So for context, I was playing in Church's Ragnar plus one tournament, and I was up against Atkins, and it was game five, and Atkins got a combo that was a DP starter against me, so I had a bunch of red health, and I just had the general notion that I know Atkins is going to play defensively and just stay back, and I was like, okay, I'm going to get a quote unquote free 214C here. I got it, but Atkins threw out. Funnily enough, Atkins threw out. I think a Batista like 214A or something like, or 214B. That's like the bouncing ball.
2-1 for A, 2-1 for B are both bouncy balls.
Okay, J 214A, right?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah. So I I did J 214, like Atkins said J 214A for basically full screen. And I'm like, "No, I don't care. I'll get clipped by a laser. I'll do something." And so I did 214C. I got like probably about like 60 to like 70% of my health back, and I still got domed by the. I still got clipped and got out of enhanced state because of the bouncy ball from Batista that Atkins put out. So like, I think this is just another example of like, it was a little preempted because Atkins already threw it out, but it's like, I think it's just another scenario of like, hey, that was technically a good time to do it because you didn't get punished that hard, but like in the grand scheme of things, you still got punished for it.
Yeah, there's so many situations like that, and like I will say, like no bias, that was the sickest Celica heal that I saw in my life. It's just like, man, I with how close that game was, and like I'm sure the VOD of it is still up there if you want to watch it, but like I genuinely think if you were still able to maintain your enhanced state, you might have won that game. Which all ties back to like why we're even yapping about this in the first place. It's like moments like those where you do the right thing, you do the heal to get back into your handset, you do as Mori intended, and it just doesn't work out, right? Um, it's there's just a lot of moments where that little bit of boost that you would have gotten with enhanced state might have been the sole reason why you would have won the game, but just the simple fact of the matter of why this character is like this and how she was implemented in this game, it's just ugh, man, man.
Yeah. It's really unfortunate how it all panned out. And like, oh god, there's so many things I could say about it that would happen, but like, it's I'm not going to say I was completely right in this situation. But it was definitely like I think this is the smartest call, and it would have if I were able to take it, it would have just secured like a it would have been more points in my favor to secure a victory.
Mm-hmm. But yeah, that's I think unless you have anything else you would like to cover about the Celica healing mechanic, we can move on to our next topic. But yeah.
Yeah. Um. Just give me a few moments. I'm actually just clipping it just so that people have context.
Yeah, I can bring up the clip just for the viewers to have to watch. Um, this is just a Google slideshow, so it's pretty easy to just exit out of. Yeah, like overall, I like the idea of healing in this game. I mean Yukiko. Of course, I like healing. Um, you know what? Actually, like just in the meantime, while you're clipping that, between Celica and Yukiko's heal, what do you think is better? Or just, I guess maybe not necessarily how the healing is, but like in terms of implementing the healing, who do you think does it better?
Yukiko,
Yukiko,
by far. like
I
I mean,
I agree. But
maybe
yeah,
not by far, but like okay, so like I think the main point here is that like we'll get into this later, when we do the move tier list, but like oh my god, like at least Yukiko 4P actually has a hitbox, and like the frame data on it is just like better than Celica's.
yeah, we didn't even talk about Celica 4P at all. I mean, we definitely will, as easy to say. We are gonna do a move tier list, but like the fact that the healing off 4P isn't even enough to get her back into an enhanced state is just, it's just awful, man. Just like,
Yeah. And
jeez.
another thing too is that like I'll mention really quickly, or we'll watch this clip real quick.
Yeah.
Whatever. Uh. Hey, yo!
Yeah, like just like going back and like seeing how much health
Hey,
that you
yo!
had there. Unfortunately, you got hit afterwards too. But like, if you were
Yo,
able
tell him it's
to
cheating!
really bring this game to the top, just that healing that you got there, like I mean, you see right here, if you were able to like win after that interaction, like the amount of health that you healed there would have uh like what is it? Turn the tides in your favor by a pretty significant margin, right?
Yeah, and like the match would have gone differently if I didn't heal, but like shortly after I did that, I got opened up by something, and if I didn't do that, I would have died either way. So it's like it was, I think, at least in my eyes, the best call. Like I lost that match, but like I think that was the best call I could have made because it at least allowed me to stay in the match a little longer instead of just losing.
Yeah, it's it's stuff like that where it's just like I think if she had better health because like I know Celica. I know like or sorry I should say I know Ragna is like base 17k health, but like on average, assuming you're playing like a relatively equal game, he's more like a 19, maybe even like in some crazy scenarios a 20k health character, and Celica theoretically should be the same way, but because of how bad the healing mechanic is. And the fact that it's not necessarily a passive thing like Ragna, it's really not. It's really not.
Yeah, and what's really unfortunate too is that like if you have a significant amount of red health like that, and like let's say you have no meter and just want to try and focus on getting your like ending your routes in 5 BBB just to get healing. It like it heals a decent amount, but it doesn't completely cover all your red health. And also on that general side note, it's really funny too because even if you have a sliver of red health with Celica and you do 214, so here, let me backtrack a little bit. So Celica 214B, regardless of how much red health you have, it'll recover all that if you do 214C. But but like as you saw right there, it can do like I guess the max healing amount you can get is 16,999. But like even if you have a sliver of red health, it'll just recover that amount. Like it doesn't have some kind of like hidden math into it where it's like, oh, if you don't heal this amount, it'll do a little extra. It's just whatever red health you have, it'll heal that much.
Yeah, it's just like you don't even like talking back of like why Yukiko's is generally overall better is it doesn't scale with anything. It's a flat amount per second with Dia. Whereas Celica's heals you have to do like a complicated math formula for it, and overall like theoretically she should get more heals in less amount of time, but the times that where that happens, I can count on maybe one hand, and that's including me watching people play Celica, playing against Celica, not just when I play her. Just like there, it comes up so little that you heal a big chunk of health with like 4P or like just her drive heal with her auto combo under. It's like they really did not cook with their numbers.
Yeah, like I'm starting to sound like someone who's been in an abusive relationship when I say I understand, but it's just like I get the general idea that they didn't want to overturn the character, but I just want to say this is within the context of 2.0, where we got characters like Adachi and Yumi in the same patch, and they just butchered this poor woman.
Yeah, she wasn't even good in CF. I mean, she's an Evo winner, but like she's still generally not considered super high tier. Like she's solid, like mid, I think, in CF. And for some reason, they decided to make her arguably worse in this game, at least considering the general environment. I'm not a CF player, so like if anyone wants to verify that in the comments, but like that's generally what I understand in terms of Celica's viability in CF. And well, I think that decently segues to our next topic, no, which is
Yeah,
her place in
I
the
think
meta
so.
of BBTAG.
Yeah.
So generally I think this is like one of the ideas that you really wanted to cover, so I'll let you take the reins on it.
Okay, so like this is going to be like a we're basically going to encompass two things, which is meta and by association, like the like tier lists in BB tag and like where Celica is relative to that. So the video that we have or the screenshot from the video we have in front of us is by Bojack, and he made a video of basically accumulating all this data. From what I know, this is just based off of memory as well. But if I remember correctly, the video that Bojack has made here is basically he gathered data from three major regions for BBTAG, which is NA, Asia, and Europe. And as far as I know, he just got a community effort going to basically ask like a bunch of tenured players from each region and ask them like, hey, can you make a tier list uh, for them? And as far as I know, what he did is that he basically just compiled all of the data and basically averaged it out by region, and then he did one that basically just compiled data from every region into a quote unquote global tier list. So this is the accumulation of this is the global tier list that he made, or that was reflected by the data, and Celica is on the lower end of the B tier. And generally speaking, and I mentioned it earlier, I'm in general agreement of where she is in terms of placement. Um, I will also say that like there were some regions that put her in C tier, and I'm like, she's not that bad. Like I know we've been spending a lot of time just talking about how this character's suffering, but like she's not horrible. Like we'll go into this in the move tier list shortly, or I mean like later on in this video, but she has two tools that make her a cut above like what I think everyone in C tier.
Yeah, like we have had plenty of discussions about how we feel about the meta in general, but like just to keep it to Celica, um, I place her in mid B tier. I'm not gonna make like an assertion about the validity of this list at all because I think it's overall that's not really the point of the tier list, or the tier list that we have in front of us. But like, generally speaking, like mid B, I think she's solid as you mentioned. She has two really good tools. Um, dive kick neutral is real. Like I think dive kick neutral is one of the strongest things in this game, and the fact that she has it and she has, like, admittedly, she has one of the better ones in the game. It's really hard for me to say that this character is like compared to a lot of the characters in C. She has a solid poke and solid dive kick neutral. I think that's good enough to place you like in the mid echelon of characters for sure, like B tier. I forget exactly where you would place her. I if I had to like ballpark it somewhere between like bottom 20 to bottom 15 is where I would place her.
Yeah, and since you mentioned her two good tools, I want to just reference Atkins' video again, where the reason why she was put in the be careful tier is because of a lot of her instability with her kit that we just covered. But at the very least, her two normals, 5A and JC, are something she will always have and do not get altered by enhanced state. So, as we just mentioned, both those tools are really good, and I definitely think she belongs in a solid B tier. And like you mentioned, I think overall, I think my final decision would be putting her in just smack dab in the middle of B tier. But I can understand why someone would put her like on the lower end, but she is not a C tier character by any means. I, I have seen some people say she is the worst character in the game, and I'm like, I want whatever you're smoking because that is probably some like multiversal, like interdimensional, like good stuff.
Yeah, like I okay. I'll talk about a little bit of my personal C tier. Like I only have like one character that I firmly believe is a C tier, and that's Noelle. And even then, I mean, kind of to sidestep this video, we saw Noelle pop off at Evo Japan. So like, she's not even that bad. Like characters that I consider in the C tier are still completely and totally functionable. It's just that they have like just like super big glaring faults and are incredibly exploitable to a incredibly painful degree, and Noelle kind of fits that, but she's barely in there. And the only reason I put Noelle in like a C tier placement is just because like her drive mechanic is just so easily to avoid. Like I'll talk about like Tager, who is another popular character to put in like a C tier placement. At the very least, if Tager is in the corner, like his mix is just like you have to guess. Noelle doesn't necessarily have anything like that. And to bounce off those two characters, Celica is nowhere near as bad as Tager or Noelle. She has decent neutral. She has good mix, and like that's all you really need. I firmly believe that's all you really have, and like those two characters don't really have anything like that. When you play those two characters, you got a gap. Celica has some grime.
Yeah, and like I'm a firm believer in the statement, and like just on just a general tangential note, like as long as you still have your like general fundamentals in place, then like you can have a lot of success from that alone because there's there's a lot of people that like I observe and see like yeah they can play the game pretty well, but like fundamentals can carry over to any game, and I think if you have like that solid foundation of just good fundies, you can take that to any game and do well. But and I think with Celica is definitely one of those characters where this character is still gapped 100%. But like, there are some things about her kit that it's just like, yeah, this is a little bit of a crime, but she is by no means a glaring issue in this meta.
Yeah, like, well, I think I should preface what I say when I say like, I think I kind of implied Noelle and Tager don't have grime. They definitely have grime. It's just in order to access it, it's a lot harder to compare to most characters, and I think it's a lot harder compared to Celica. And then something we'll touch upon that is like I think is a bit of the tier stuff or team stuff when it comes to other characters. Like Celica is like she is a character that overall doesn't want a lot, but would like a lot. If you get what I mean there.
Yeah, like I well, they're synergy charts, so it's kind of there's got to be some kind of like reciprocal stuff. But like, I think generally speaking, Celica's requirements for a partner aren't like exactly high or super demanding. It's just that like, God, if you want to make things work somewhat okay, you got to figure out something that you're uh that you got to figure out in Celica's 2 assists that she has. Um, 4P's not real. Like you got to figure out like how your that partner can utilize it.
Yeah, like I definitely think that's very much what brings her down the tier list a little bit because like I'll be honest, like if she had a really like solid assist kit, let's say something like Ruby or like Narakami's like assist kit, nothing necessarily like too insane, just like something solid overall. I would be more inclined to put her at like top of B because like I think at the end of the day when you evaluate the character in terms of meta placement, you do have to consider their support value too. And Celica does not bring a lot to the table. And as many flaws as that she does have in terms of her point value, I think her two main tools would be a lot less painful if she had a good assist kit that your other character can use.
Yeah, like I'll save this topic and provide I remember it for when we talk about kind of the synergy. But I guess on a baseline note, I'll just say that like I think whoever your partner is, like for me personally, like when I think about philosophy with teams with Celica, you really I personally believe you have to pick a partner that can operate fairly well independently. Um, for some of these Celica teams, but yeah, like well, I guess we'll get into that well because or get into as well later in terms of what could be done better about this character. But yeah, if she had like even if the assists were like okay at best or even whatever, like as long as they're functional, like I think I'd be in agreement that she'd be like higher end of B tier because like as mentioned before, she realistically only has 2 assists, which is a 5P, which kind of we'll talk about it in the move dealers, which is coming up. But like, she really only has 5P and 6P. 4P, uh, we'll get into that as well. But all I can say for now is that like it's horrible and just non-existent. Like the only reason you see that is because like either they have some really funny routing, which like is probably just used for throwing for content, but or like it was a misinput.
Yeah, like straight up, like not having access to like even if it was a bad assist, I would rather have a hitbox on 4P. And I think that would actually shore up some of the weaknesses of the character. Because I think, this was kind of related to the other topic, but I'm sure one of the reasons why people don't want to play Celica is sometimes they accidentally miss up 4P and then they die for it. That being said, Celica players are the masters of doing 4P mix, and you might wonder how you mix with 4P. Well, that's the thing. It's such a bad assist when people see it come out, they'd be like, "Did you really do 4P?" And then you hit them with something. I've been hit by that so much.
And it's like I dude, straight up, like whenever I do 4P, it is never intentionally, but like at this point, I kind of know it'll throw people off. So it's like, okay, you know what? I'm going to use this moment of confusion to just try and rock their ass.
Yeah, it's like it's not an objectively it's not an objective strength with the character, but the fact that the best use for a character's assist is to make people like blink twice about it really says something. Even some of like the notoriously bad assists in the game, like I'll take Neo's assists, who like are overall pretty poor. They're at very least usable in sandwiches as an active swap point because they at least hit the opponent's block. Like the bare minimum. The fact that Celica doesn't, like, you can do some potentially funny things with it, but it requires your opponent to be respecting you a ton. And it's like that when you get to the higher levels of BB tag play, it's like people are gonna be finding any crack in your armor in order to do something like that, and it really leads to some unfortunate things. And like, yeah, I definitely do think that is a very big aspect of why she's kind of lower down on the tier list when it comes to kind of like her meta placement. And like, kind of overall, just like, I think one thing we can discuss when talking about her meta placement is just her niche. I know we briefly talked about it, but like, Selga doesn't really have a good niche in tag, and she doesn't fill a role well enough to really be put into that A tier spot.
Yeah, and as I mentioned before, like this may come off as as a little rude, but if I want to be like really straight up and harsh about the character, Celica is a dollar store Ragna. Like in terms of like some of the similarities in the kit and their general game plan, um, and as you mentioned before, like with some people that just don't want to, are just looking at like if they're looking at this game and want to play purely based off of like how characters look on a tier list. For me personally, having played both characters, there's as far to me there's no reason why you should be playing Celica over like unless it's for a waifu pick.
Yeah. I'm definitely inclined to agree, and like, I'm generally the mentality of like, just because X character is better than Y, it doesn't shouldn't affect their tier placement that much. But like, just in terms of just the how the character plays between Ragna and Celica, it's just like those janky freaking things that Celica has really does just put her a tier below Ragna. I think one of the big things that is important in BB Tag is your air game, and Celica has a theoretically good air button just based off hitbox alone, but it's like, it's slow. I have to sleep, but let me check how slow JA is. I believe it's 13 frames, 12 frames. Um, it's far slower compared to um compared to a lot of other good air normals. Like, even something like Ori JA just straight up loses against because it's just 2 frames slower. Even though it's pretty big overall and it covers a lot of space, it's just like, for the type of button that it is and for the type of buttons that it's trying to beat, it just straight up loses out. Um, so your air to air game isn't great. I mean, you have good dive kick neutral at the very least. It's just like, you're not gonna sometimes have the space in order to do that, and when push comes to shove and people are trying to contest you in the air and you need to rely on your quick air normal, having a 12 framer is just painful.
Yeah. Another thing too, go back to that, and I just want you to just tab over to the hitbox on that thing, because if I remember correctly, the hurt, um, okay, the hurt box doesn't extend past the hitbox, but like it gets pretty close, and I think that kind of contributes to it being not that great as a air to air as well, because there's just a lot of moves that'll just straight up trade against you, or you'll just lose out on.
Yeah, like, a lot of like, I don't know about you. I'd consider the JA to be a sword normal, at least in terms of how it is.
Yeah, like I'd say around there, and a mediocre one at that. Like JA will be used a lot just because it's your only air to air tool. Because JB and JC, they are both tools that will allow you to descend to the ground.
Hmm. Yeah, like, really she doesn't have any options to cover a lot of vertical space either because of how her buttons are. So it can be really annoying to chase people in the air as well with her buttons. Like, um, I mean, we just saw the hitbox. It's like it has good horizontal reach, but not necessarily good or vertical reach. So it's like it's also painful in the kind of air chase aspect where you're not going to be catching some people. It's solid overall if it's able to come out. It's just like, yeah, when we're playing a game as fast as BBTAG, every frame matters. And I really do think that Celica air game is, just because it's not as good as it potentially could be, um it really does matter when you play each game side by side, especially when you're playing against a lot of the top tier characters. And I think another thing we can discuss is like kind of just our general matchup list. It's I don't think her matchup list is horrible per se, but she definitely has some key standout matchups where she loses, and I don't think she has a advantageous matchup against anyone in the top tier. Maybe even at the very best, but definitely not advantageous.
Yeah, like one of the things I would like to talk about more, but I just don't really have a too much of an objective standpoint because I just don't have a lot of experience against some characters. But like in general, yeah, a lot of characters that you commonly see either like at the very least go even. Like since we're looking at this tier list here, like she either just straight up loses to everyone or like gets really close. Like and I'm talking like 4.5 to 5.5 or like maybe even. But yeah, most characters in that S tier and a good handful of them in A tier she just loses to. I always make the running gag that like Hyde is a 7-3 in Hyde's favor just because he could just take you out of chip with a normal. But like even then, I think it's that matchup's like 6-4 or like 6-4, 5.5, 5 point, or 4.5 type of
Mm-hmm.
deal. But overall, yeah, like I she might have some 6 threes, like or I mean 7 threes, but I think her best match of her favor is 6 4s, but that's usually like people below her in tier.
Mm-hmm.
And even then, like some of the low like people like in the same tier as her or like lower than her could like give her a run for her money. Like, you know, well, we have a little funny image later on, but like yeah, I think like uh Salka Aurier is favored in like well, it's um God, it's a hard match to call, but like there are definitely some points of struggle for both sides, so it's like it's pretty even. But like
Yeah.
God, the way you specifically play against me on that character is like you know your strong points, so it feels like a 6-4 sometimes.
I understand. This is my personal sort of opinion, and I do have a long cast that has the matchup. I put her in like slightly favored for Aurier. It's one of the like I generally agree with you. If I had to like rate it, it'd be one of those like 5.25, 4.75. I hate doing stuff like that, so that's why I didn't do it for the video. But it's like slightly favored for Aurier. Um, and like just the fact of the matter, like I think a lot of the characters that she would want to check, she just can't. Is like, yeah, that's a very big thing because I don't think she's as oppressive and neutral enough to really like make anyone's day that big of a pain. Um, I mean, I think she has good matchups. Like I'd say like Noelle and Tager probably, Kanji probably. Um, but any character that has good zoning tools, it's kind of a struggle for her. Because, like, even despite the fact that her 2-1-4 A is projectile guard point, it doesn't really beat a lot of the really scary projectiles in the game, like Adachi lasers, Hilda lasers. It's certainly not going through anything Rachel has. And even some of the lower tier characters is like, I don't think it goes through new zoning. Definitely doesn't go through blitz tank zoning. It's like, it's a little weird. I will say, E30 has hit me quite a bit with projectile armor 2-1-4A when I'm playing Yukiko. So like maybe maybe it's cooking.
I will say this: I am not using that move reactively. I am using it like preemptively because it's let's bring up the frame data for a second on that move just so that just so that we have a general idea of so Celica 214A. So 15 frame startup, not too bad. Guard point is or projectile guard point is either starting at frame 10 or at frame 6. For the most part, like I can't use it reactively because by the time they're within range, it's either I just can't react to it. Like let's for example, like Adachi AZ, it was 10 frames, so like I have to do that preemptively. And even then, like I might just lose out even if I try and do it preemptively. But overall, yeah, just that move, you have to use it as a read. You can't really use it as a reactive tool because it's not that fast and like honestly, I don't even use it as like a projectile callout tool because the reward you get off of it is just like pretty bad unless you have an assist. Like, one of the teams I play is Celica Yuzuriha, so Celica is like user 6P and Celica 214A is actually just like ignorant neutral skip if they try and just throw out a projectile on you. But it's just like outside of that, what are you getting? Like, did you go back to the
Yeah.
dust loop real quick? Like, what are you getting at most? 2.2k, and like most of the time you're not even getting that because if you're calling out a projectile, you lose enhanced state because you use the projectile guard point, so you're getting like 2k off of that. So it's like it's I think it was intended to be a call out tool, but it sucks at that.
Yeah. I think real quick. I'm pretty sure you don't lose enhanced state. Actually, you might not lose enhanced state against specifically Yukiko. I don't know actually if you lose it against like a more active projectile, but I'm sure you do. So I'll trust you that. But I'm pretty sure for some reason Yukiko, if you guard point the fan, it's just like nah, she doesn't care.
Yeah, like well, if you're doing enhanced state 214, yeah, you do get the 2.2k, but either way, like 200 points of damage like is could matter, but most of the time it's not really a huge thing. But it's all in all intended to be a push or intended to be a call out tool, but it sucks at it.
Yeah, and it's crazy too because that's not the only like projectile reactive option that Celica has. The Celicar, the 5BB, is also projectile invul. And sometimes like it does work out in your favor if you're catching people off guard. It's just like despite the fact that it's projectile invul, it has such bad recovery that it's seldom used as something you just want to throw out against a zoner.
Yeah, and like if most zoners are ready for it, like they could usually just call out like for an example, if they see you do a 5B, it's like most of the time they're going to think, oh, they're going around to 5B, so it's either they just stay back. Most of the time they could probably just jump and just punish you off of that, and then oh, you've you're just getting punished for doing something really recklessly. So yeah, there's a lot. There's like there's there are some decent call like they're supposed to be decent call out tools, but they're really
Yeah, like I do think like a character with those options, if they had better frame data on them, would be like we're talking about like how Celica doesn't have a niche. I think like theoretically, if those were as good as say like Mika EX missile in terms of like projectile invul, she would have a place and a niche in this meta because like for the most part we kind of are in a zoning meta game regardless of region just because of the prevalence of Adachi, Hilda, Rachel to a certain degree, Nine to a certain degree, Yumi to a certain degree. Like we live in a screen pollution kind of projectile based metagame, and having tools to deal with those is really nice. But the fact of the matter is that despite the fact that they are projectile reactive options, it's just like they're just too hard to use and they're too hard to make useful, and it's unfortunate because those things would help her out.
yeah. Like um I think the honestly, if she had better frame data on her moves, I think she could be a part of the discussion for like A tier even. If those like if the moves worked out as good as they do in theory as in practice.
Yeah, and I definitely think it's also the same thing with her mechanic. Like if she had her mechanic like even like half or a little bit more than the game, I would be more inclined to put her in the A tier just based off the two really good tools that she does have. It's just like yeah, the character in this current metagame is really shafted by just the ways that they designed her and some of her frame data. It's like I think we discussed about it before, like if we tweaked her just a little bit, we could see her being a solid high tier. Her kit is has fundamentally good things in it. It has fundamentally useful things to it. It's just the numbers aren't tuned right.
Yeah. It's it's a shame because especially with like the characters that got released alongside 2.0, she was really underbaked.
Yeah, it's like they really released Adachi, Yumi, Hilda in the same patch they released Celica. Like it's just like what were they smoking with these characters and why did they get off it with her?
Yeah.
It's unfortunate, but I think we can move on to our next topic, which is kind of semi-related to her place in the metagame, which is her partners.
Yeah. Like I know we talked about a lot about moves, but I promise we'll get to that soon.
Yeah.
Uh, but yeah, so the picture that you see here are the two major Celica Synergy charts that were made in the BBTAG main cord. The first one was made by Unsafe and Hit back in 2020. Like the let me get a timestamp on when that synergy chart was posted. This was January 13th of 2020. So it was pretty early on in Celica's lifespan in in terms of her presence in BB tag. And I want to so I will say this as a general note is that they Unsafe on Hit also mentioned that the whole point of this list is if they can give Celica big things like a heal plus a sandwich ender, or in general safe ways to heal. But also the other factor is if Celica support doesn't deter the other from performing well on the team. And basically, my interpretation of that is like very focused on healing and maintaining enhanced state, and also being able to give sandwiches on top of can these characters operate independently very well because well as you mentioned before, Celica's assists are not great.
Yeah, just like naturally like the one to the right is the more updated tier list and it's I think overall it has a bit more of a mm, generic philosophy when it comes to like what characters like. I think the interesting thing to note is Kuragane is in the best tier for both lists, which I definitely don't disagree. I think for a lot of the reasons that Unsafe on Hit has given for Kuragane, it really does apply to even in the modern day. Like I don't necessarily agree that Seth and Ruby should be an S tier, but Kuragane, I definitely see for sure. Just that 4P really lets you cover her airspace, which as we discussed before, is a bit of a struggle point for her. And that 6P setting up consistent sandwiches is really nice, and just overall really good, solid support kit, and pretty good in terms of the solo game. So like, yeah, I definitely would like to see this team play more often. Just unfortunately, not a lot of Kurgan players, but Yumi Celica, I mean, it's Yumi. I
Yeah,
don't know. I don't know if you have anything specifically you want to say for the audience here, but like, it's Yumi. Gee, no wonder
yeah,
why this team is good.
yeah. I will say this too. My general philosophy when I think of strong Celica teams is um, I definitely think they have to be lopsided in Celica's favor just because of the nature of her assist kit. Um, with that in mind, my general philosophy, and it kind of lines up with how the 2023 community tier list is made, is that it's it has to strike a general decent ratio of do does Celica get what she wants out of it? Which I think is just like, for me, like decent lockdown assist, or just cover like just good, decent tools to help out in the neutral game. Um, and just being able to, in the case of like both Kurogane and Yumi, they also have the added benefit of being able to, um, what's the word? Being able to like allow her to safely heal in certain situations. Uh, but just in general, like just having decent lockdown assists are just tools to help out in the neutral, and also be not losing out too much when they have to play it independently. Because, like I said, Celica as a character, as an assist character, is not exactly the greatest, and there are going to be some times where it's just like, even though you have Celica in the background, I definitely think you have to play like more of an independent game. So, like, I think the community trailers on the right just kind of showcases like, yeah, a lot of these characters don't um they don't suffer too much from having Celica as a partner. Uh,
Yeah.
and as you mentioned before, I think Yumi is able to operate pretty well independently. So, and also just bolster Celica to like pretty insane heights. So it's no surprise, at least to me, that she is in the best category.
Yeah, like it's I can't say interesting to see because this is the unfortunate reality for a lot of characters, especially on the lower parts of the tier list. Is like a lot of her really strong partners are top or high tiers that just are able to operate on their own. Celica is, as we mentioned, like she's not free from that mentality. The only characters that are a little weird in here are like New, who is still pretty good overall. Like I think she's borderline high tier, if not just a high tier. But like I I not sure where the general consensus is in terms of just her solo viability. And Elizabeth, but Elizabeth is just the best enabler in the game, like arguably better than Adachi in some aspects. It's Elizabeth. She's super painful to play, and I think that's kind of the exception when it comes to strong choices in the or yeah, I guess yeah, it's strong choices where the other character isn't operatable solo, but just you just get so much ridiculous stuff on it that it kind of, if assuming you play your cards right, it does just look incredibly broken. I'm not mistaken, the player was Rillis that really popped off with this team and kind of showed the potential of Celica Liz.
Yeah, yeah, it was realist. Yeah, basically, as you mentioned, it's just Elizabeth just has like some of the strongest assist kits in the game, but it's basically a like ticking time bomb comp because it really hinges on Celica succeeding as like um and just being bolstered by Elizabeth that much. But like, God, it's not a perfect world. There are going to be some times where you uh honestly lose either character and it's just a struggle. It's just an uphill climb with either of those characters. More so with Elizabeth, but like, you know, being the nature of a tag game, you really lose a lot when you lose your partner.
Mm-hmm. And just like as mentioned previously, Celica is solid on point, but like I think in terms of the solo game, it's like it's not the best thing in the world. So
Yeah.
really having a good backup partner, I think, is the best idea because I think most of the time, if you were given a choice with some of the high to top tier teams that we're seeing here, it's like you pick Celica to fall most of the time. I think the exceptions are obviously Liz, maybe Batista, and situationally maybe Akatsuki.
Yeah. Yeah,
So,
like, since you mentioned, I do want to bring it up a little bit. I really think like Celica Kotsky is a really strong team because Celica gets what she wants from a character, which is basically just I I also want to mention it because I failed to talk about it earlier, but like I think another reason why like Kurogati is such a really good assist for is because, well, 4P is universally applicable, but for Celica because of her poor anti-air and like general air options, is why I think like compared to Yumi is probably like Celica's best team. But
Mhm.
yeah, like surprisingly enough, I mean we'll get into it when we talk about the move tier list, but just as a brief like little mention, Akatsuki is one of the few characters that can actually like benefit from Celica 6P pretty well despite its lackluster frame data. Because if you do 6P and immediately do beat Tatsu, it is a either a natural block string or you get a full. It's either a natural block string or if they get opened up by it, you get a full combo. So it's Celica benefits nicely from just having a bullet assist, a nice lockdown, and a good 4P.
Yeah. Like, uh, I've played plenty against you with the Celica Akatsuki, and that 2-1 Bitatsu with the 6P is just like, I think on paper it's like this shouldn't work as well as it actually does, but it there's something just about how the characters flow with each other. It's just perfect. It's kind of funny.
Yeah, like funnily enough, I forgot who mentioned it, but I remember. Funnily enough, the reason why I found out about that tech was because I was on stream at an offline WNF, and someone was like talking. I remember someone was like mentioning or like asking about me in the Celica channel in main cord, and they noticed I played Celica Akatsuki, and they were like, "Hey, have you ever considered 6P plus like B Tatsu neutral?" And I'm like, "I have not." And then I tried it in training mode like the following day or maybe even the night of, and I was like, "Wait, this is messed up." Like,
This is esports, yeah.
yeah, like I'll also even go on a like allow me to go on another tangent, but like there's some pretty like nasty stuff about it too because I back at CO Target 2022, like we were playing casuals after BBTAG concluded way past or BBTAG concluded, and we were just all getting casuals, and Hasho was looking for someone to play against, and I said like, yeah, I'm down. I'm probably going to get rocked, but like I got rocked, but like I did take a couple of games, and it was a really enjoyable set. And one of the things, because I was kind of at my wits end because Hashimo was doing a really good job at calling out six like B Tatsu plus 6P. So I was like, I'm going to try this. I'm going to do a Tatsu and then just grab them because like if you do that, the laser will not come out. Or like they won't get caught in a block string by Celica 6P coming out later.
That's freaking hilarious. That
And it worked. It was like what was funny too, like to my memory, like I noticed that Hashimo had like an audible reaction to it, and I'm like, oh my god, this actually worked.
it's like
So like once he
what the
like
frick?
yeah, like exactly. Like, it was just like there is some like nuance on like how much you can kind of mess around with that. Like you could do you just establish your general game plan, which is oh yeah, I'm going to do B Tatsu, and you're going to have to respect this. Or then you just start layering it once they have an answer to B Tatsu 6 plus 6P. And you just go for something cheeky like that, and like it basically just adds on to what I like to call mental frame data on where there's some nuance where Akatsuki can benefit quite nicely from Celica 6P, but also Akatsuki 5B, like his anti-air is I think it's pretty solid. Even though despite it's like what, only like two phases ahead invul, the way the hitbox works is pretty solid. But there are some angles where it doesn't cover, and I think Celica 6P allows Akatsuki to get some of those like anti-air angles that aren't normally that are kind of weird for Akatsuki to try and punish.
Yeah, like playing as you personally, I'm always surprised about like how good 5P ends up pairing with Akatsuki, just because like my brain is so used to like having to play in a specific zone to avoid it, but like just generally the areas that 5P doesn't cover or 5B from Akatsuki doesn't cover, 5P covers pretty damn well. So like overall, like Celica is one of those characters that you really do have to like find those little things about them to make it work. And I think we discussed it earlier when we were talking about like why people don't play these characters. It's like it's a lot of it's not obvious, surprisingly enough. And I think some of the stuff that you have shown with Celica Akatsuki really goes to show you that you do have to like you have to have that good flow with the character and have to have that understanding how the character works, and then you have to find like those faults that you have to see if you can cover with Celica, and those cracks that need to be filled might be big or large, and Celica doesn't necessarily fill those in very well. But hey, I mean, like it definitely works out in certain cases.
Yeah, it's like as you mentioned before, and um I remember you mentioned that like this team like doesn't feel like it should work out that well, but it actually works out very well. And honestly, this was like I'm glad it did because it was honestly just like a pick of I really like Celica. I need a partner, and based on like how I like based on what like I played with Akatsuki during the like open beta that they had at Arc Revo 2019, it was it just felt like a match made in heaven because they just both fit my playstyle in similar ways very well.
Hmm. But I know that we've been talking about some of the stronger teams, but you have been recently playing with the Celica Useria comp, which is actually put into the solid proven tier. Which is this is also another team that I also just didn't think would work on paper. But I know that there are some growing pains with the team, especially having to learn Useria, who is not necessarily within your playstyle, but like just general overall things and overall flow with the team. I have definitely seen kind of the potential of the Celica Useria comp. So like how have you been feeling about that and how the synergy out there plays, because it is also one of those surprising comps that I feel like has popped out from Celica.
So I'll talk about Celica side a little bit. I mentioned before in the podcast, but like or in this episode, so two it's kind of like similar to Akatsuki and Celica, where 214B and 6P just work out pretty well. But it's on Celica side where if you do 6P and then Celica 214A, it's either you get a combo or it's a natural block string. And also just in general, uh, Yuzu has a similar like just uh, Yuzu has a kit that Celica likes, which is just like a long range like reaching tool. So Yuzu 6P isn't a bullet assist, but it's like the closest thing you can get to it. And it does have some funny implications because it is a physical rather than a projectile. So there are some things where you can just like win out or have some really funny exchanges going for you. And then 5P, like decent lockdown assist, not a Koski 5P, but like it gets the job done. And then 4P is like a budget Jin 4P for Yuzu. At least that's the way I've always seen it personally. And it's all things that Celica would enjoy. And I think there can so on Yuzu's end, I haven't really explored it too much, but there is just one major thing that well, I guess it's also similar to Katsuki where if they're approaching you from the air, like I think Celica 5P does a acceptable job at like catching certain angles in the air because it does have a pretty decent hitbox. It doesn't Celica 5P doesn't reach pretty high, but it does cover a decent amount in the airspace that it does cover. Like in terms of horizontal space or like airspace coverage. So it's decent in that aspect. Um and I think because of like Yuzu's 5B is like pretty serviceable, but there are some times where it's like, God, I wish that button was better. I mean, it was because like 5B was like pretty criminal in 1.5, but that's the past. This is now. But I think the main thing that Yuzu benefits off of Celica 6B is just um surprising enough. I know it's been talked about like not very favorably, but Celica 6P being having the startup that it does is actually pretty beneficial for Yuzu because it allows her to enforce like decent like teleport mix. Because you do want to Yuzu slashes and then Celica 6P in the back, and then you could either teleport or just maintain your mix or force a sandwich, and you could either go in a cross combo or like do some funny side swap or uh, do some funny active switch shenanigans with Yuzu teleports. So that's the main thing it has going for it in terms of like what Yuzu can benefit off of Celica. It's as I mentioned before, Celica synergies have to be a little lopsided because Celica doesn't require a lot, but it's kind of weird because it's usually when you think of lopsided, it's usually Celica. You think the point character would need a lot, but it's actually like kind of the opposite, where it's Celica doesn't need a lot, but the partner character like has to find a way to benefit off of what Celica brings to the table, and unfortunately, it is not a lot.
Yeah, just I don't want to lament about 4P. Oh, we will lament about 4P a bit later, but yeah, like from what I've seen with the Yuzu Celica team, it's like if it's like budget like dollar store like Celica or Hilda freaking Yuzuriha, which is a weird comparison to make, but like that 6P does function a little bit like Hilda 4P, just like if you got it from the dollar store and they were having a clearance sale type deal. That's like kind of how that's kind of how Yuzuriha has to play with Celica's assist, which is like it's weird, but like oddly enough, it's workable, right? Like it's just not amazing, but it's functional, and I definitely think it's what's propping up this team to be like relatively solid overall. On top of everything that you mentioned about Celica really appreciating everything Yuzu has to provide, surprisingly.
Yeah, like it's as you mentioned before, it's not a team that like is very good by any means. I mean, it's solid just by virtue of like Celica really likes what Yuzu brings to the table, but like Yuzu has like as I mentioned, I just like I brought it up very briefly in the Yuzu channel to be like, hey, I noticed that Celica isn't in D tier from a tier list that went from I think S A B C D, and I was like, or so I asked like, hey, I noticed that Celica isn't in D tier. Like I noticed that she's in C tier, so I basically just suspected there must be something that works with this team. And they basically said, yeah, like the the long startup frames of Celica 6P actually works out for Yuzu pretty nicely. So it's like I said, it's the major thing that the team has going for it, and it makes it so that it's not completely suffering.
Yeah, and like like I think tier lists between characters usually like differently. If I had to equate this on like lettering, I'd say solid is probably somewhere around a B, whereas like I think you said Celica is on C tier for Yuzuriha's list.
Yeah.
Yeah, like I definitely think it is a perfect exemplification of what we say about like Celica is a relatively selfish character overall, but just like having any character that works even remotely okay with her is something of note when it comes to evaluating synergies with this character. And like some of the other choices in this tier are also just like solid overall characters. Um Narukami, Ragna, and Hyde are just like solid overall point characters, so they don't have to like suffer that much. I mean, Seth is stupid. Ruby kind of just goes wild. I can actually see a lot of funny stuff with like Ruby Gunblast with Celica 6P just for like a similar reason for Yuzuriha is like he's got that really slow startup. Um so I can definitely see some funnies there. The three teams I'm very interested hear maybe your opinion, and you might know more about me, or at least we can very like discuss about it. Is Mai, Carmine, and Teddy? I know Mai has really solid, good assists. Carmine is like solid overall, and Teddy is the weird pick. I'm curious to hear your opinion about why these teams might be in here um over a different placement.
Um. I'll start with mine because I've like kind of dabbled with that team a little bit. I think the main point that can be given is that like it actually has a dollar store version of Yumi Mai like six people's DP, because if you time it correctly, it's like it's It's like Yumi Mai, where you just do DP 6P, but the timing is comparatively stricter. On top of like uh, the most you'll get is maybe like just like a cheeky block string, but like Mai does kind of like Celica 6P for that reason, but it's nowhere near good as Yumi's. And like I said, it requires like a lot stricter timing. Or not maybe not a lot stricter timing, but like with the Yumi you could just do it like whenever you feel like it for like like 6P DP neutral. But Celica's is just not as forgiving by like comparatively.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
For Carmine, as far as I know, when it was first discussed, um, it's basically Celica really you're missing out on like the bullet assist that or like a really good lariat assist that Celica would appreciate, but I think you make up for it by just having like some like solid like space control with uh you with Carmine 6P, and then like Carmine 5P is like just like I feel like it's a ghetto anti-air button just because like it has a like as far as I know it has a pretty decent hitbox, and then Carmine's 4P also just like has some really good lockdown potential. Um and I think as far as I know, it's weird. Or there's also the added benefit for Celica is that it allows for a safe healing route where if you just do Carmine, auto combo and just active switch at the end, Celica gets a free heal. So, um, I know there's not a lot of people experimenting with it, but I think it may have some use in it. I feel like it could be one of those scenes where like 4P could have some like decent application to it because like I guess you could use 6P at the end of like an auto combo for Carmine, even though like he already gets healing in the first place. But outside of that, it's just it's very Celica favored compared to some of the other teams in the solids list.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, like I see
Um,
Celica Carmine as just like one of those teams where Carmine's just solid enough, and he has a solid enough assist kit where he's just like, I, 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 I guess Celica won't suffer too much with it, right?
yeah, like he'll be fine on his own, and like maybe like 5P is good for him. Like I keep mentioning this, but like I think 5P is like as like it's it's weird because like it's a from what it seems like the design philosophy was like, hey, let's make a like a neutral assist, but also an anti-assist in the same thing to supplement the fact that 4P is strictly a healing assist. So like it's decent. Like, is it as good as a dedicated anti-assist, or is it as good as a dedicated like kind of like neutral like 5P assist? No, but I think it's like serviceable. It's not horrible. I actually think it's like it's more universally applicable than 6P, I feel.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, like I like you mentioned, I definitely think it's just a case of Celica gets a decent amount and some change, and Carmine doesn't lose out too much from Celica existing.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. The really weird team here is Teddy, because Teddy is also a character that I don't know what he's doing on this team, but I can see the vision of why is he solid. Just because 5P is one of the most broken assists in the game, like high key. I think it's the fastest assist too. Creates sandwiches. It's like it seems pretty damn good for Celica. And then 6P, like I can imagine being funny with some of her neutral skip shenanigans. And then item toss is well, it's a toss up, pun intended, on how useful it can be in a given set. So like off your experience playing Celica, do you think you would able to use Teddy as a pseudo assist bot?
Oh, I feel like I can kind of see it. Like, I definitely think that the main point in this argument, or the main thing that this team provides is just Teddy 6 or 5P. Um, I think 6P might be too slow for Celica to do some ignorant like 214A stuff. It can be cheeky and it can just kind of be like a threat as Celica approaches, if need be. And like I think 4P is just, like funny scrambles, like if you're able to achieve that. So I hmm. I think you can maybe get some cheeky stuff with on Teddy's side by just doing like, bear screw with like 6P. But that's pretty much all I can see for it. Again, I think 5P could be universally applicable here because I think Teddy's 2B isn't exactly the greatest either. So I can see it working at the very least in practice. I believe, oh God, what was her name? I think there's someone that was repping Teddy Celica Forbidden. Like, I don't think they played in tournaments. They mainly like streamed the game. But if I remember correctly, they did have like a decent amount of success with the team. So, oh, I think it was Shadow Teddy last time I remember. Um, they also played Celica and now to Shirogane. But like, from what I remember, I think as far as I know, they did have some decent success with Celica Teddy.
I'm kind of vaguely remembering that. I'm not sure, to be honest. I do remember the Celica Shiro though.
Yeah.
But yeah, I I if I was a Teddy player, I would totally play Celica Teddy. But that character's too weird for me.
Yeah. Yeah, like it's a very unorthodox team, and like um, this is going to be a recurring theme, but there's a lot of teams that Celica has that are like um, they have shown some promise, but it's also just a matter of like there's not a lot of Celica players in the first place, so there's not a lot of people to really explore to see if these teams are any better or worse. And this is just based off of data that we've kind of come together on uh, back in 2023, and I think it's fairly accurate still.
Mm-hmm.
So it's it's I'm sure we could have discussions and like move things around, but in terms of like the time frame that we did have, I think this is a decent like. I think Teddy is in a decent place, just like purely off of like. I think that character can operate independently pretty decently, all things considered, and isn't losing a whole bunch when playing against when playing or like when playing with Celica.
Yeah. Yeah, just kind of looking at this list, I feel like the top three are like the most the main tiers that we really wanted to talk about. But is there any other teams that, like you think are particularly interesting or you would like to discuss? I mean, I have one, but like that's the team I play.
Yeah. I will talk about like one for a second, and it's kind of a shame, but like I messed around with this team because I considered it for a little bit, but Akihiko is in the Y category, and one of the main reasons why is because six like corkscrew plus laser does not work. Like you have to be like really awkward about the timing for that thing to work. So like at that point, it just kind of defeats the purpose.
Mm-hmm.
Rather, like as we mentioned before, like with Akatsuki, um, like for an example, like Akatsuki 6P that we talked about, you just do 6P and then you just let 214V rip like right after. But like Akihiko, you have to do like 4P or like you have to do Celica 6P and then wait a little bit and then do 236B for it to work. So it's like it's not great. I think it's just a funny team to think about because it's like, oh, like Lariat plus like laser like delayed laser would be nice. Um but yeah, that one and then like I messed around with Izuyoi, Celica, and it's just kind of like I can see the potential, but it's mainly just predicated on like how well 6P plus Celica JC works. Izuyori, I'm afraid, doesn't really get a whole bunch off of it. I think maybe you could do some cheeky shenanigans with maybe like 214AA and like 6P as like a like maybe some kind of ignorant neutral skip, but like there's just not enough data and like as of the recording of this video to really make a solid judgment of it. I remember I played against you with that team for a little bit, but I'm just like overall, I can see it, but more time. It needs more time in the
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
oven.
I think it's got some nice things. Ezio has just a good assist kit in general, and I think it's an assist kit that probably works well with Celica. It's just like, as we keep on saying, you gotta find those weird kinks on how the team works to really decide if like it's good or not, because it's not as easy as just do funny like 6p neutral skip. Like sometimes there's got to be a little bit of a timing with it, or at least the follow up needs to like do some work. So I'm interested to see like if you are ever gonna like play Celica Ezio again, like how it works, because I can definitely see it.
Yeah. Um, it's there. I'm definitely interested because it is another Team Ponytails, but like I have another set of Team Ponytails I still have to work on. Funnily enough, I just want to talk about Lavish for a second. It technically has that with like 6p plus 236b, and then like the low follow up, but the timing is like insanely strict for no reason. So it's like, yeah, this sucks, and like that's the only thing the team has going for it. Um, you know, Lavish bad, like bottom text. Um,
Yeah.
but that's like the main thing I have to say about it. I think the last team that I do want to talk about is that like I know it was originally suggested that like Blake is it not worth it, but I think it can be shifted into good with potential, or like not good with potential, like potential question mark at the very least, because like um, I think Celica, I think I remember I messed around with it a little bit, but I think Blake 6p is a good candidate for like good dive pick neutral for Celica. 5p is universally good because of the side swap, and then Blake's 4p is nothing to scoff at either. I think it's pretty decent given the like range that it covers vertically. Um, and then I think too, if you really want to be cheeky with it, since Blake doesn't really have a traditional anti-air in terms of a normal button, I think Celica could help out there. And then also, I think this has to be tested, but I think you can get some cheeky like side swap stuff off of like with like doing some unorthodox pressure strings with Celica 6p in the back and then just using 2148 across people up. So I think the potential is could be there, but it's like someone has to play that team, and that's a hard sell. I do want to test out that team eventually, but it's just no. I really want to start seeing if I could push uh whatever limits Celica user might have.
Like honestly, I'm glad you brought up Celica Blake, because that was one of the teams I was surprised that is in the lowest tier, because I would have figured it's at least in a potential tier, because Blake's assists are just really dumb, and like she is relatively a self sufficient character. She's not the greatest solo, but like I think she has good buttons and like good evasiveness to like make it hard to like pin her down, and just generally can play the long game in a certain case. So yeah, I think I'm inclined to agree that like it could move up potentially, just off the basis alone of Blake's assists are I mean let's like take every character in the same tier. Blake's assists are at least 12 times better than every freaking assist in not worth it tier, right? Like I don't think that's too cap to say.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
So yeah. I could see some of the reasons why this team might be a little wacky to play. Blake is just a really weird character, but I don't know. I've always been a Blake believer, so one of those interesting teams that could be I could see being kind of schnasty with it, but like I don't think Celica players are Blake players and vice versa, so it'd be a rare combo to see.
Yeah.
But like if we're gonna talk about characters that have players with weird affinities with each other, we're gonna finally talk about Celica Aurier. I have no
Yeah.
idea why there's such a high density of Celica players that also like playing Aurier player, or like playing Aurier, and like kind of vice versa. But like Aurier Celica just kind of fills that really weird like area of just like the team is like, it's in the seems okay type of category, and like in my personal placement, I place it somewhere in like the B tier for Ori teams. It's one of those just like okay teams. I think it just has decent neutral, decent pressure, decent just everything. It's got its faults, but they're not too major. It's just a team with two characters that can kind of play neutral off each other pretty well, and two characters that like are okay solo, not necessarily the best solo. So it's always been one of those teams that just it works okay. Um, and I personally like playing the team with an asterisk, kind of. There's certainly some weird things there. Like Ori doesn't really get good mid screen Oki options. She doesn't really get lockdown assists, but she does get a nice coverage assist for the air. And if I'm not mistaken, 236C plus 6P does work, so that is nice. And Celica does get some decent lockdown with 4P, and 6P plus dive kick neutral is a kind of real thing. So I know you've also kind of messed around with team a little bit, but um I mostly am the one playing it when I play Celica. So from like your perspective as someone who's like who's much more of a main than me, how do you feel about Celica Ori?
I mean, it is where it's supposed to be, and the scene seems okay. I think like maybe good with potential, but that's just kind of like pushing it. And it's not, and it's like for me, potential kind of implies the existence of like, oh, there is something there to be discovered. But it's just like all this really is just two characters that work well with each other. But I do like it. Like dive kick plus 6P works. Dive kick plus 5P also works. Um, you also get the funny like DP setup with Ori 4P. So I think overall like a very like fundamentally sound team, and I'm generally a fan of it. I like playing both characters, and like for a little bit of context, before Celica came out, there was a point in time where I was a Ori Batista and Ori S player. So like it's just kind of funny going back to like at least half of my roots by playing Ori again. You know, for all intents and purposes, I really enjoyed the character. It's just that Celica just fit me a lot, just fit my glove a lot better. But yeah, overall, I think it's a like I know there's a tier for solid, but like I'm just going to say I think it's a pretty solid team. It's just that it's just very straightforward and just playing the game fundamentally. Um, so there's not a lot to it that I can really give a huge remark on outside of that.
Yeah, like even as someone who's played the team for a decent while, like it's okay. I think the nicest thing is like as you mentioned the 4P DP setup. Shout outs to Tomoe. Uh, it's nice because Celica Oki in the corner it can be a little weird sometimes. So like just slapping people with 4P DP is very funny, and it does give you a pretty threatening overall option for Oki. Like 4P DP is like a meme within the Ori space, but it's actually kind of good. So I think
Yeah.
that's a nice bolstering of the team. But yeah, I like it. I was talking with like Tomoe today. It's just like I do like Ori Celica. It's just like there's some things that I'm like that can be wanting on Ori side, and it's particularly with how I play Ori. But just like I don't know, it's got that waifu power. I guess I think that's a big reason why I even like playing the team. Is I don't know, cute girls doing cute mids.
Yeah. Yeah, no, I think it's like it's a very nice team, and like I do want to play it every now and then, but it's like, man, um, given the yeah, given like the overall environment of BBTAG, it's just like there are going to be some time for it to suffer.
Yeah, if
But
Celica had better assists, I would put Celica Ori in my main lineup of teams that I play. I mean, she kind of is, kind of not. I consider the two main Ori teams that I play Ori Vad and Ori Yukiko. I don't think I play enough Aurier Celica to justify me saying I I cycle between it mainly, but I do like it. It's one of the few Aurier teams that I really like. I can enjoy.
Yeah, like if anything, at least from when I play you, it's just you've showcased a solid amount of efficiency where it can be points with rotation if you're feeling helpful.
Yeah, it's just like just sort of just like to be real, it's just like objectively speaking, like if I was trying to learn a team competitively, like it's there's no reason not to, but sometimes it doesn't matter. I play the team for fun. I think when we play Celica Mirrors, like this is the team I play like 95% of the time.
Yeah.
Like Celica
Uh,
Yukiko is or sorry.
Oh no, go ahead.
Yeah, Celica Yukiko should theoretically be one of the teams I play with when I play Celica Mirrors, but like I really just don't like how that team plays. It's really weird. It's like the way you structure your pressure with it is weird. The neutral doesn't work as well as I'd like it to. It's just like I'm not a huge fan. So like usually I would like to play Celica Aurier. And it's a team that I think lets me play Aurier still in a proficient manner, and it still helps me apply. It's a team that I can still apply my fundies to with Aurier, which is nice.
Yeah, I think like you know I know we talked about this a lot, but like I think there's just not a lot of like overlap between like Celica and Yukiko players, so it's really hard to like try to quantify like playing the two on top of just like completely different play styles where it's just like you mentioned, adjustments have to be made.
Yeah, like I want to say that I'm the closest one, and I don't main Celica by any means. She is very much just a pocket character. But like I feel like I'm the only like Yukiko main that has expressed this much interest in playing Celica uh as a mainstay. And I'm not currently in the business of trying to make the team work, especially when I'm still trying to work out the kinks of Aurier Celica, which is a team that I do like playing.
Yeah,
So yeah, I think Celica has nice overall teams. If people wanted to play her, she has pretty good options overall. I think everyone from the top three tiers is something that I could recommend to an interested player and have it be a team that I feel comfortable like, hey, this is a solid team. Obviously, like as we've been saying, Celica very much has her faults, but I don't think any character in those three tiers are gonna suffer too much with her. So I think that's one nice thing that she has over some of the lower echelon characters. And part of the reason why, as we discussed earlier, like she's not that bad, right? She doesn't need much, but she would like a lot.
yeah, and like we are seeing maybe some developments happen because I'll mention another player that's like been interested in Celic as of late. Sonic-kun has been entertaining the idea of playing Celic and Narukami, and that team has potential. It's it's similar to like how like well I can't say it's similar, but I operate it similarly to how I would um Akatsuki Celica, and it works out kind of nicely sometimes. So uh the potential is there for it to be better. So uh, it'll we'll just have to wait and see if people want to like develop the character more.
Yeah. Uh yeah, like kind of speaking of like the people like kind of pushing the character. I know like you don't necessarily enter a lot of tournaments as of recently, but like in terms of tournament credits, obviously not super frequent, but like as you said, Sonokun and Tomoe are like the two people on NA currently that haven't showed any interest in the character, and like neither of them are necessarily Celica mains,
Yeah,
which is
like uh, What's up?
Oh, I was just gonna say, which is unfortunate.
Yeah, yeah. It's like those are the two main people. I think like I know Nepgear was also like entertaining the idea of playing like I think Celica Elizabeth, but like as we mentioned before, that team is like it's very much like riding on the fact that Celica can succeed, and in this meta game, that's a tough mountain to climb, even with Celica in the back or with Elizabeth in the back.
Mm-hmm.
Like outside of that, that's not too much recently, and I want to say like one other person that was kind of like showing up to tournaments. Maybe not this year so much, but I remember at the tail end of last year, a player by the name of Umega was showing up, and they were playing Celica S. So there are some people still showing up to tournaments that like do want to rep the character, but as we keep mentioning, it's a really hard sell for people to it's a really hard sell for to convince people to play this character, and like let alone getting them to maintain playing that character.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I really do think the strongest motivating force for a lot of people is just the waifu factor,
Yeah.
and a lot of it's hard to say exactly, but like I feel like a good chunk of people in this game do just want to gravitate towards playing something that they jive with, but also is relatively good. It's yeah, I think overall, I think Celica can teach you how to deal with some of the BS of this game, or maybe not deal with it, but cope with it. Like if you're gonna go in and play Celica with some of her good teams, I think you just have enough struggle where you can really still learn a lot of the more messed up aspects of the game and what to do with them instead of just ignoring them. Um, but still have like a good solid overall point character. And I think a lot of the characters that I would recommend pairing up with her just based off these lists alone um can help people ease into the character a little bit as long as they're willing to like struggle just a bit.
Yeah. Like as was mentioned, I think that's one of the reasons why it's just in the be careful tier, just because well, there is a lot of growing pains with this character, and I firmly believe in the general philosophy of playing who you like, because that just gives you like the like generally speaking the motivational push to really like stick with the character. Yeah, I mean, if there are the added benefits of some people that they play what they like and they also happen to be good at the game, or their character that they play also just happens to be good at uh high on the tier list. But unfortunately, Selga isn't one of those characters, but she isn't like as we mentioned, she isn't the worst, but like you definitely need to put in effort, and especially if you're coming from like someone that's maybe played some higher tier characters, you're going the flaws are going to pop out at you. I feel like a lot more because you've experienced like effectively a more privileged character in one aspect or another. So it's uh I think I really think you have to you really have to like the character. I feel um because as also mentioned before, like if you're just looking for characters on a tier list, like I don't think there's a lot of a reason in terms of the metagame and tier list why you wouldn't pick Ragna over Celica.
Yeah. And like in that conversation, I definitely think there's some merit to picking objectively worse characters. As I said, it really does just force you how to play some of the really just BS aspects of this game. But as an objective agreement, yeah, it's just really hard. But we love our cinnamon roll.
Yes, I agree. Let's get Cinnabon after this.
Yeah, dude, I got some cinnamon in my house. So you can pull
Damn. All right, I'm on my way after this is done recording.
up. Yeah, I'll say so for you. But regardless, I think unless you wanted to have any like finishing statements with Celica synergies, we can move on to the next subject here.
Um, I just want to highlight how many people, how much overlap there is between Ori and Celica players. There is you, me, Tomoe, Masive, and Netgear. I'm pretty sure I'm missing a couple people, but like that's 5 more times than I expected to happen.
Yeah, like I I think a lot of it is just like Ori players also kind of fall into like she cute, so I'm a player category because like Ori suffers from like some of the problems that, if not just the same problem that Celica does, is just like why are you picking Ori over someone like Mitsuru or like Narukami, right? Like her archetype is kind of filled very much so by Mitsuru, and Mitsuru is like 12 times more screwed up.
Yeah,
So I think it's just that mentality of things of like we like cute girls with big buttons. So
yeah.
I
Like
think that's why.
yeah, it's just like it's really funny to think about because there's like I don't think they're drastically different in terms of archetypes, but it's like when I think about it from just like a general standpoint, it's like two characters that I don't really see people being like, oh yeah, like I'm going to play both of these characters type of deal. Like I think they like in terms of kit be different enough to mess around with. But I do really appreciate and I do really like that it just kind of happens to be this way.
Yeah. I I do wonder where there could be potential other overlaps, but it's hard to say because like there you could say there's an overlap between Celica and Yumi players, but like everyone plays Yumi.
Yeah. Yeah, it's like it's like it's a common occurrence in the sense that it's just like this like Yumi is that popular rather than like this is more than a coincidence at this point with Celica and Ori having 5 people that overlap.
Yeah. And I think it's like weirder too that um that than like the overlap between say like Ori and Weiss player and Ori and Mitsuru players, because like I mean they all just fall into the same archetype, right? But like Celica, there's similarities there, but like overall she plays very differently. So it's just funny to think about like why these two together? Why do we just have this kinship with Celica as Ori players and vice versa?
Yeah. Yeah, it's pretty funny. And like in the in the quote unquote varieties in the timeline, I wouldn't have it any other way.
Yeah, it's kind of funny.
Yeah.
Um, but yeah, I think it is time to finally move on to our next topic, which is finally that move tier list that we have been alluding to this entire time. We got we got the tier list right here. Um, I don't know how long this is gonna take, but this should be every special and every. Is this every like normal that you can do raw?
It's every normal that you could do raw and then like also just like a part of the chain,
Okay.
like auto combo string. So like there's 5 A, 5 AAA, 5 AAA. So like that I put everything in here. So
Okay.
just because like I looked at your Ori list and I saw that it had a similar format, so I just stole from
Okay. Okay. This is this is definitely like I would defer to the expert on this. So your general like tier evaluations will be up to what you desire. So in terms of how this tier list is going to be, how overall would you rate a move?
like compared to other moves or like
Like how would you evaluate a move on this tier list? Like what are the criteria for a move getting say placed in A, B, and C tier?
like I'd say overall usability, like whether it be through combos or just application and neutral, or like just general usefulness and like obviously like frame data takes into account of it, but I think that the main thing is just usefulness in within um is like the blanket statement I could give.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Okay. You can feel free to start wherever. I will give my input where needed, or if I have something to say, but this is definitely the show is all yours here.
All right, so let's get so there are two tiers right above A, B, and C, which is called the one above all and close second. So let's get that out of the way. So in the bottom right we have Celica 5A. Put that in the one above all. So this move is your lifeline, and I wish I was exaggerating, but it just straight up is. So this move is your combo starter, your pressure starter. It is jump cancelable, um, on hit and on block. It can rebeat into 2A, and it can like it can chain into 2A, and also um 2A can chain into it. So you could do like 5A, 2A, and you can go back into 5A, or you can do 2A, 5A, 2A, and then you can do like something 5B or something. It is 8 frame button, reaches pretty far. As I mentioned before, it's very comparable to Mitsuru 5A or Ragna 5A, or Mitsuru, Ragna, or White 5A. It is in contention, and sometimes like I remember early on when they were labbing it. Mitsuru round start, Mitsuru and Celica 5A, they trade, but there's enough hits done on Celica 5A to where Celica gets a full combo after. So there, I think it's one of, if not the best 5A between those characters in contention, just because of how flexible it is in combo and in like flexible and in combo and in pressure. Like it is just it does everything for you. It plays neutral. It does your taxes. It like takes your kids to school, um, gets you a degree. You know, it, as I mentioned, this tool is your lifeline, and it is very reliable and just so good.
Yeah, like I'm inclined to agree. Just like God, if Celica didn't have this one button, like as I'm sure I know exactly what's going in the close second tier, but like as good as the dive kick is, like without a good solid neutral button, this character would actually be like bottom tier. Like that,
Yeah,
this is her consistency. This is her bread and butter, and this is how she gets to play matchups, and this is what gives her the leverage in certain matchups too. It's kind of unfortunate that it's not super disjointed, but like, oh well, like you can't have everything.
yeah. Like I can't sing high praises enough. Like I think even if Celica didn't have JC, this button alone would put her in B tier, just straight up.
Yeah, like a character can't be that bad if it's got like the boot normal.
Yeah, like this is the Jesus kick before the Jesus kick was born. Uh, you know, if people know the lore behind Celica and Ragna, yeah. So there's that. But I could go on a tangent, but I think we can move on here. Dive kick is in the bottom row in the middle. That is a close second. So this button is not as much of a lifeline, but it's definitely a tool that you will see a lot of Celica players do, whether that's in neutral or just trying to open something up, because it is basically like your the closest thing you have to an instant overhead, so it can catch a lot of people off guard and like. Uh, I'm sure you can. I'm sure you can vouch for this, but it is a good tool to condition people with as
Yeah,
well when you want to enforce a high low.
absolutely. The fact that it's special cancelable on block is a feat that other characters with dive kicks don't normally have, which means every dive kick is safe and also means that you can convert off the dive kick a lot easier too.
Yeah. So I personally think that comparatively speaking to like the three dive kicks that I'll mention in this game, which is Hilda, Narukami, and Celica. Funnily enough, I think Celica is like the middle ground between the two because Hilda's is safe but not special cancelable by any means, whether it's hit on block. Uh, Narukami's is unsafe on block, but it is cancelable on hit. But Celica's is um, it's technically unsafe on block, but you can cancel it on hit or on block. And I think it. I don't know the exact numbers, and I have to like you know this is a job for people that like have that like want to do the math on it. But as far as I know, I think like at least from observation, I think it's the fastest dive kick, like in terms of like positioning where you are into the like it's a fastest dive kick that it's the fastest dive kick to get you on the ground.
Hmm.
Um, and I think compared to Narukami and Hilda, it also has a steeper angle, which is more like I think is in its favor because it allows for like a less predictable trajectory and like um because of that allows for like a more like uh less predictability when it comes to crossing people. So like I think it's the best dive kick in the game because of the like mainly because it encompasses like quote unquote the best things about it where you can make it safe and it just has a really good angle.
Yeah, I think another aspect of it too is it's like nigh impossible to contest mid-flight. You have to like throw out a projectile or anti-air it somehow. And on a trade, the I think Celica is favored because it's got some funny hit stun too.
Oh yeah, like in the weird like scenarios where you do get a trade, it'll like they're on the ground for long enough, especially since it'll be a counter hit to where like you could probably just provided that it's not like a really like high hit stun DP or like an anti air button, you'll I think you'll come out on top most of the time from my experience.
Mm-hmm.
Uh, but yeah, I think that's about it. Unless you have anything else to remark about Silica JC.
I love this move. It's the reason why I love playing Celica.
Yeah,
Like
like
I'm obsessed.
it's it's so ignorant. It's like, oh, like man, I'm trying to play clean neutral 5A over here. I'm just gonna go to the grindy stuff and just like, oh yeah, I'm just gonna Celica like 6P and get out. Like
Yeah.
it's it's like if there's one thing that like I think you have to learn as a Celica player is to have like either come out on top or just be really even in scramble situations. And I think Celica like Celica 6P really likes to play in scrambles. And like I think one of the things that you're going to have to learn like in terms of Celica, like playing Celica is just coming out successful in a scramble situation.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, she's a bit of a wild card up close just because like I mean she's goofy,
Yeah.
but would you like to move on to the next move you'd like to cover?
Yeah, I think at this point I think we'll just go in order because it's uh I think it'll just be the easiest way instead of like picking out some stuff.
Okay.
So 5C, I don't really have to talk about much. It's a fast 5C, but like I think because of like the animation on it, like makes it a bit more like reactable compared to like some other like quick 5Cs. It just doesn't really lend itself well. And you know, it's I think it's one of like the worst ones in my opinion in terms of the quick 5Cs, just because it's just primarily just because like I think the overall animation doesn't lend itself well uh, to masking itself that well. So honestly I think it's in the C.
Yeah, I think it's also really redundant too. Like other characters have 5Cs that are like more useful, but the fact that Celica's pressure structure allows for so many jump cancel points is like why not just use JC?
Yeah. Like use JC or like 214.
Yeah.
Um yeah, and I think that and we'll move on to JB. Um I I personally have gotten some pretty funny mileage out of it.
Pardon
So like
me.
honestly, what's up?
Pardon me.
Yeah. It just like even just like I know we've like played a lot, but like just in general, like even outside of our matches, like there are some like pretty cheeky stuff I've done. And like this is totally just some random gimmicky BS I have no idea how to control, but it can be funny on incoming. So I think like um it can be used as like a cheeky so like what JB does is that it kind of halts Celica's air momentum a little bit. So you can bait out certain anti-airs with it. And like as I mentioned before, you could do some like cheeky like incoming stuff with it, but I I think I'm going to put it in B tier. Like I I'll have to reroute and go back and see if like if I'll have to reroute and just see if I feel otherwise. But I can see it being an A, but I think I'll put it in B for now.
Hmm. I think the main thing is that it's a really awful neutral button, but it's one of those things. I think this move would fill a really nice role in Celica's kit if Celica JA was better.
Yeah, like, and I think there's a general argument is that like she has technically just two dive kick buttons, so it's a little redundant that she has it. And like JC is just leagues better if we're going to
Mhm.
use it as a dive kick.
Yeah, like it's one of those buttons that I kind of agree with B tier because it fulfills a specific niche of being an anti-air, and it does route into Celicar. So if you are able to get some, you can get some cheeky sandwich setups too, even if they don't like say like just DPU or they respect the JP coming out. So it's nice. I don't know your opinion. Would you say it's like maybe on the lower end of B tier if you had to make that assertion, or do you think it's solid in there?
I think it might be solid in there just because of like the general like potential it can have. Like, I'm really thinking about this in like application of like ideal situations and like in what ways it can fail. And I think like the ideal situations where it can be applied outweigh like where it fails.
Mm-hmm. That makes sense. I'm guessing Celica 5AA is up next.
5 AAA, yeah. Honestly, uh, I think it's a
B
B
tier.
tier button. Yeah, because like I know you mentioned it before, but like for some characters, well, oh look, another routing that you can do when there's like a certain situation. Uh, so most of the time, like when you want to do some routing off of like a straight air hit or something, you do 5 AA, 5B, and then you do JA. So unfortunately, characters like we mentioned before, so that's now it's okay, Izuyoi, Yumi, Nine, and Neo, you cannot get that. So the way you stabilize it, if you do 5 AAA. So I think it has some niche as just a button to be a filler. And also, as far as I know, I think it's also jump cancel on block as well. Um, does it Dust Sweep actually have that information?
Oh yeah, it should.
Um, oh, yep. Jump cancelable on hit and on block. Actually, no, wait. Um, no, actually, no, that should. Is that supposed to be 5 AA? Or. Oh, wait, no, it's a jump cancel on hit. Overall, I don't think it's a bad button. And it's just like, as mentioned, it's primarily used to stabilize the combo where, it normally doesn't work in the first place. So I think it's pretty good for that reason alone. And I think like there's some case scenarios where if you just really want to stabilize that combo, you can do that.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, like I think it's also one of those like nice B tier placements where it's niche, but the niche it fills is useful to Celica's overall gameplay.
Yeah. Like it's definitely something that she very much like, granted she doesn't use all the time, but would very like definitely very much appreciates the existence
Mm-hmm. All right. I believe that is Celica 2B?
that is Celica 2BB.
Oh, 2BB. Okay.
Honestly, C tier button. Like it's like I know I've used it like on occasion for cheeky active switch, but that's only because like I've been able to put the fear on people. Like it basically like I only use it to put the like as a low option, assuming that I've already put the fear in of people of my first active switch picks. And even then, like all it is combo fodder. Outside of
Mhm.
that, it's really not a tool that should be used at all. Or I mean, like not like outside of combos, I don't think it's a tool that should be used often, or like uh, or at all. Like I think it's decent for just like maintaining like if you want to stay on the same side when you're doing maybe something off of a JA or a JB and you already have them close to the corner, but that's pretty much it.
Mhm. Yeah, I view it as like as you said, combo fodder, and also like CC pressure fodder. It's like if you've committed to like five B or 2B already, it's like I guess you can throw it out for a mix, but like I think you're better off swapping from those points instead because this move is pretty predictable, so it's not even great for like CC sandwich active swap stuff. it's it's serviceable for that, but even then, like she has way better options. So I more than understand and agree with C tier.
Yeah.
All right.
All right. Make another tier. Make another tier and put it at the bottom.
Yeah. It's just that's
Put it at
just
like put it at like Z tier or something.
yeah.
All right. So I know we mentioned it before. So let me see if I can pull up some of the information on Dust Loop about this
I mean,
garbage move.
I can show it.
Oh yeah, yeah. So this move just has inconsistent healing. It doesn't have a hurt box, and you are out for 174 frames on top of the 49 frame startup. This move sucks. There is no reason why you should do it, and as we mentioned before, the only reason why Celica players use this move is either they're throwing for content in some way, or they have some kind of cheeky routing where they're allowed to do this. Oh god, the healing is just awful. Look at that. Max HP recovered is 1550 and the minimum is 110. It is horrible for how much you stay out.
For
I
reference,
only
like
I, oh, go ahead.
110 damage is like 1/10 of your average move in this game. It's
Celica 4A does 1000 damage for frame of reference.
like God.
So it is garbage. It is awful. It serves no purpose. And yeah, so that's why we mentioned before that like Celica technically only has 2 assists in the game because this thing is just non-serviceable. The only time where I have seen it have some use is that somehow I think it was Shadow Teddy like did 4P and they got open and they got hit with a super and that was just enough to not have them get killed for it. But like when are you ever going to have Christmas miracles like that?
Yeah. It is legitimately just like you're grasping at straws to use this one. I've lost so many games accidentally doing this. And I'm sure you have as
Yeah.
well.
Oh, too many.
Yeah. Alright.
But moving on, Celica 5 BBB, or at least like the ender for
Are you sure that's
it.
not are you sure that's not 2-1 for C? I mean they have the same animation.
Oh wait, right. 214C. Oh, I'll treat it as such either or because my opinion's about the same.
Okay.
Um, funnily enough, I think you know actually no, it's C tier
Okay.
because I mentioned before like on how much on like a lot of Celica players just generally accept the fact that they're going to play at like unenhanced for most of it. And as we've seen from the clip, you can get something cheeky like I did against Atkins, but like those are very rare case scenarios where like you should just go like you go for healing instead of like maybe just trying to put the pressure on or like go for Oki instead.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, I think this is where it belongs because well, I know Unsafe's tier list kind of like focus on healing a bit, but I think especially with how much we've evolved the character over the past 5 years, like it's not as important as it seemed to be before.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, just I wish this move was better. If it
Yeah,
was just faster or recovered faster, it'd be such a nice thing to just throw here or there. But them's the breaks.
yeah. You know what's funny too
What's up?
is that in the Celica trailer, like pre 2.0, Celica 5 BBB gave a hard knockdown.
It did.
Yeah, I mean, like if you like, let me see if I can find the Celica trailer. Let's see.
Yeah, like assuming we were talking about the 5BBB ender, like if you do that midstream, they get just launched away, and you're like, okay, I guess we'll return to neutral. Cool.
Yeah, let me. Okay. Um, let me just clip to. I just give you the timestamp, and we'll do a short VOD review real quick.
Yeah. Live Coco Cat stare reaction.
Yeah, so should be timestamped. So just take a look at like how long Seth is on the ground after this 214. Like he kind of sits there for a bit, doesn't he?
Like, yeah. What the
Like I
hell?
feel like I feel like at that point like Seth would have gotten up.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't know. Maybe it could just be me, like in hindsight, but like I think there was probably the option that was like better for like either Celica to go for Oki or like Celica to go for healing, but like be safe afterwards.
Yeah, just I mean we have an entire section of video complaining about the healing mechanic, but like I can't reiterate just how much if they just improved her frame data or improved how well she could get into an enhance, it would make a world of difference with this character.
Yeah, it's really a shame, but it's neither here or there, and we gap regardless.
Yeah. All right. Time for the next
um,
move.
uh, the as some people like to call it, the Akuma special, 214 BC. Uh, I think it's also a B tier because like Celica supers aren't exactly good for calling out, and I think this is like ultimately the reason why you can break 10k is because there's just whatever scaling on the super is. Um, but it's just like I think it can be a decent call out tool, but it's just also like it suffers from having a weird hitbox to where you can't like uh um like there's been so many times where I'm like, oh yeah, let me just do Celica JC. Oh, they burst it when I land. I'm going to blow them up with a 214 BC, and it just whiffs. And like it's not like Ruby Super where you either have to have like you either have to travel far enough or have like some kind of quick like full screen like button to punish Ruby. Or like it has like some pretty low block stun. And people can just they block it for a second, and then once like the screen goes back to normal, you can just run up and punish Celica for it.
Yeah. It's unfortunately not as good as a call out option as it might seem. It's got a good damage though, at the very
Yeah.
least.
Yeah, that's like the primary reason why I put it in B tier because it's like it's not awful. It has its one use and it does it well.
Mm-hmm.
But I forgot to make this its own thing between 236A and 236B, but they share the same list or the same tier placements.
Okay.
So 214 or 236A and B, they are both A tier to me.
Tier
Yeah, tier
A. Okay.
A. It is your one projectile, and it's like not half bad. It is pretty serviceable, all things considered, and like if you just want to play a long range game and just want them to either approach you or like just put something on the screen to just make them just force them to navigate, this will do it for you. It's also a good combo fodder tool in the corner with 236B. Sometimes 214A if it's like you're not fully in the corner. It's what's really nice too is that like at certain distances you can do like maybe 5A, 5B into 236B, and it'll appear right in front of their face, but it won't make them block. So there is some pretty cheeky stuff you can do in terms of distance dependent. Just like little like mental mind games to just catch someone off guard. So it is pretty nice as like a pseudo pressure tool as well. And like if you're really looking for a way to end pressure, this is by no means a bad idea. It's not the worst idea. It's kind of bad, but like I think like when you're playing in Celica, it's either when you do 236A like as a like block string ender, it's not like the frame data. It's -6, so it's like unless you have something like a Yumi normal, you're that close, you won't get punished for it. And it's just kind of like the whole like Ryu from Streets low forward fireable type of deal. So it's it's just a universally like decent tool. It's not bad, but it's not like super good either.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I personally like throwing out this move quite a bit, just to check. And a projectile at the end of the day is a projectile, so she doesn't necessarily use it that well, but fireball normal or fireball special like is a good for the type of archetype that she is.
Yeah, I think that's it. And then 5P, A tier button.
Yeah, easily a breast assist.
Yeah, like easily your best assist. As I only mentioned before, but just like a quick rundown again. It is design wise, it was made with the intention to be a half like throw it out and neutral tool and also an anti-air tool, and it doesn't really excel at either super well, but it doesn't mean that it's completely awful. It's still it's not useless. It's the best way I can describe it is that it's serviceable. And I think like in terms of Celica's kit, it's what you could ask for. And like what's really nice too is that like it does have a bit of a backward hitbox. So sometimes if someone like air dashes at you, but Celica travels under, it can catch them on the way back.
Mm-hmm.
So I think overall it's a really nice tool. Um, Serviceable is like it's a lot to be desired in terms of a neutral tool, but as a like anti-air tool, it's decent.
Yeah, like this is what I normally like to throw around when I have Celica on point. It's just nice. It's a good assist and it's pretty spammable too. Um, it's it's just a shame that I wish the other assists weren't like this because it's just like yeah, good. Like you said, good solid, neutral presence. Good anti-air for characters that need it. It's there's not that much to complain about it to be honest for what it is.
Yeah,
But
like
sorry, go on.
I know some people think it's like super good, but I'm just kind of like it's okay.
Yeah. When I compare it to something like Ruby 4P or even like the Labras 4P, it's not as good as those, but it it's not far away from it either.
Yeah,
Yeah, let's I know I said there's not a lot to complain about 5P, but that does not go the same with 5B. I'm sure you have a lot to say about this button in particular.
this button is simultaneously A, B, C, and Z. Like I swear to God. Like, oh my God, this button has gotten me so much success, but it's also fucked me so hard in the past. Like, oh my God, dude. This button. Okay, so bring up the frame data for a second, and like
Yeah.
we'll go over this like in detail. Um, 5B. So it is your anti-air button, but it started with 7 frames. You think that's pretty good, right? But its invul is 10 to its invul starts at 10 frames. And it's like you'd think, okay, that's not bad. It's bad. Like it's really hard to use this as a reactive tool because as we're gonna show in like a funny little diagram that we have later on, is that like you get stuffed out a lot when you use it reactively. Preemptively, it's pretty good. And what's also nice too is that like it also has the same backwards hitbox property because it's legitimately the same move, minus the head invul as 5P. So like there have been some times where someone tries to air dash over me and I'm like, oh, I'm just gonna 5P you. Like GG shake my hand. What makes it good too is that it's a part of its own like record string, regardless of like it's a like the best way to describe it is that it's very similar to a Rekka where you can go into 5BB or 5B2B, whether it's on hit or on block. So you can get some funny scramble situations, but it shouldn't be used sparingly. But 5B, because of it's both A, B, C, and Z at the same time. It's I gotta put it in B tier for fairness sake because it's simultaneously so good but so ass.
Yeah, like it's such a big ass button, and that isn't necessarily a good thing in some scenarios. As like if people are reading like the Dustly page, it is not disjointed at all.
Yeah, show the hitbox real quick.
Yeah, like hold on. Like look at this. It's a little bit disjointed. Sorry, I lied, but like
Yeah.
it is a very very ungenerous hurt box, and as a result, if you're using it for its intended purpose as an anti-air, it doesn't work. I will say it is a good button that hits in the air, but it is not a good anti-air.
Yeah.
That's the best way I
Um.
could describe it.
Yeah. Is there another hitbox for it? Because I know there's the other one that we should probably show. Uh,
S-
go back. Yeah, that one too. So as you can see, also yeah, the hurt box extends further out than the hitbox. But
yeah.
yeah, as you can see right there, it also just it can hit behind, and that's where you can get some of the cheeky stuff.
Yeah. This button, in my experience, has blown me up as about as much time as I've blown up E30 for using it.
Yeah.
It is I genuinely think it's a good button if you can cover it, but on its own, it's literally let's go gambling personified. If you're like one frame off, oh, it's like, oh, well, I guess I'm getting counter hit. Lol. If you get it on time, it's like I can't stop winning. I can't stop winning.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think it's nice though that at the very least it's jump cancelable on block.
Oh yeah. No, it's. I think that's its one saving grace because otherwise it would just be like a super committal move, and it would honestly be Z tier if it wasn't jump cancel on block.
Yeah, it'd be one of those like theoretically good moves, but like just the fact that if they just block it, you have to go into 5B or 5BB. Like I think that would be kind of ass. It'd be really ass.
Yeah, because like every time you press a button, you're forced to commit or just get blown up because yeah, the recovery on that is 35 frames.
Yeah, and like you could cancel it into like launch like probably like launch quiche or something like that. But even then, it's just like oh, I'm still minus, right?
Yeah.
It wouldn't be great. It'd be kind of funny you do the 5B into the 214B on the way down, but like that's memes.
Yeah.
Speaking of which,
Oh. A tier. So this move, let me see if I can find that one funny clip. Uh, but as I'm talking about it, yeah. So this is like your like one of the tools you'll use to like open up people. Like it'll be kind of a cheeky way, but the fact that his armor can call out certain forms of mashing. Unfortunately, the reward isn't too great for it, but like I think it's just your straight up best active switch tool because if you do 5B into 214B active switch, if they DP too early, Celica would just armor through it and your character your actual character will be fine, provided that it's a sandwich. Or as long as you're not playing at someone like Carmine or something.
Yeah. That armor is
But
deceptive, man. Like you wouldn't think the armor on the overhead like would mean much, but it has so many interactions.
yeah. Like it's really good. I mean it's armor, so it can be clipped by a low. But outside of that, I still think it's just a very solid button to to really enforce to really enforce like certain situations.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
Um
for sure.
yeah. Uh, yeah, I think this is the clip.
I'm gonna click
Yeah,
you.
so it does have some like pretty like niche case uses sometimes, but I think overall, like I think it's your best active switch tool because of like not like it's an overhead, so like I think it has just that general property for you, but it's also just because it's like it has armor, so it's a in some ways it can keep you safe.
It's still
Yeah.
close. Like it's
Let's
still
let's
fairly
watch
doable.
this.
Yeah, Celica armor like um
The air timing.
go back to that real quick. I think that's just a good example of like, oh yeah, using Celica 5B as a good like cheeky tool to uh to beat anti-airs.
Hold on. I think I went back to a little far.
Yeah, I think he was a good spot.
It's not dead.
Yeah.
It's very close, but it's not dead. It's still close.
Like, granted, Aldachi 2B sucks, but like at the same time, hold that. Well, he didn't even do it anti-air. He meant for a 5B, but I still think the like 5B would have lost.
Yeah.
So no enhanced damage, but it's a mixed scenario here for both players. What are you gonna do? Jump C? No, okay. Oh my gosh. Gets away.
Oh man, one of my proudest moments. But yeah, like armor can call out some pretty interesting stuff, and well, that was a game 5 last set situation, so good times.
Yeah. Like I think it's a good check tool for when like when you know people are gonna mash. It's just like it's I believe it's like 26 frames, so it's on the relatively reactable side, but it's not necessarily there to just be your mix. If you want to just use mix, I believe JC is faster. 15 plus 5, so it'd be a 20 frame overhead. Whereas like yeah, 26 frames. So there is a 6 frame difference between the instant overheads, but you're not using 214B in order to like do the quickest overhead. You're basically covering a overhead check as well as a mash option, which I think makes it a really nice move.
Yeah, it's yeah, it's like overall it's really good, and like at least with the way I play Celica, I'm not abusing this move all the time. So it's really just like sometimes a nice move just to see, hey, are you paying attention? Because I think 26 frames, it's starting to become above the threshold of being a reactable button. So yeah, I think it's like it shouldn't be used sparingly.
Yeah, it's I think just to the sheer fact too of it is really easy to convert off of, makes it really nice as the overhead option because JC is nice as an overhead, but it's not really a good AS point for some characters. It's
Yeah.
a little weird. Where 214B is pretty
Yeah.
consistent.
Yeah, like JC as like an active switch tool, I don't really use it just because it's pretty hard to like the way the character reacts when they get hit is pretty hard to confirm off of. I mean, like I know we didn't really cover this, but like Yuzu's six, so Celica JC plus Yuzu's 6P is better on block than it is on hit.
Yeah.
Because Yuzu 6P kind of like has like a little bit of an upward angle. And the way most characters like are hit while they're on like basically the way they get hit when they roll on the ground, it's not big enough for Yuzu to hit most of the time. Like the where 6P has to connect on them has to be pretty close to also when usually 6P comes out. So it's a little weird in that sense.
Yeah, like 2-1 for B helps alleviate those issues, and it's nice that at all like Celica does have an overhead mix option that is good in CC, has the armor. It's just a really nice move despite being on the more reactable end, and well, we don't call this waifu Hades for nothing.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, I believe that is 2-1 for A. Next,
So for A, uh, solid. I think it's a B tier tool.
okay.
Like I know you mentioned it. It's not really a good call out tool, but it's like it does allow for her to like close the gap pretty quickly because it travels about like half screen worth of space. And when it's partnered with an assist, like you're golden. Um, and on top of that, like because of what it can do for you in enhanced state, I think it deserves a B tier spot. Like, mm, I don't think it's A tier just because of like the general like it's hard to apply outside of enhanced state and like ignorant neutral.
Yeah, I think
So
it.
like I think
Or
yeah,
sorry.
I was just gonna say like I think B tier is a good place for it.
Yeah, I was gonna say I think it's A tier if you played the majority of the game in enhanced, just because of the back burner.
Yeah,
Like,
like that's like the big if.
yeah, just sadly, I think an unfortunate thing about this move too is that because it lacks the back burner on unenhanced, you often whiff it when you try to special cancel on block JC. If you appear on the other side, this move will just whiff, and it's not big enough to cover the option even without the back burner. So sometimes they can punish you if they're cognizant of that.
Yeah,
But doesn't happen too often, granted. But it is a gripe that I think puts this a little bit. I think its main use is just special cancel on block on JC. It gives you something, which I think is a good reason why it's solidly in B. I'd say.
yeah.
All right.
Um, moving on to yeah, I think we're good on that. Moving on to the next one. Uh, C tier. It's combo fodder. That's all I could really say about it.
I will say
Like,
you may be the best 5 BBB anti-air I've ever met in my entire life.
that is true. Like yeah, I do remember the times where I've definitely just clipped you in the air for whatever reason, and it just worked.
Yeah, because I don't expect it. Because the move
Yeah,
is that bad. Uh,
it's definitely a move where it's just like, dude, I just gotta do it and see if it works.
yeah, especially like from the move that it's coming from, it's kind of like those might as well type things.
Yeah,
It's like 5 BBB is pretty punishable as is, so doing a follow up is like maybe it'll hit. You're gonna get punished
yeah,
anyways, right?
yeah. It's like I'm in a disadvantaged situation, so I'll just see if I can scramble and like if I get hit, I knew it was coming. If something happens, then it's just like, damn, I'm nice with it.
Yeah. Right. This is the 236 super. This is an interesting one.
Honestly, I think C tier. It has its one use of like being a more stable like super ender than 214 BC. And like this is a common theme, but it's like you think it'd be decent as a call out button, but like the frame data on it showcases otherwise. Like if you want to pull that up, I'll pull up like Narukami's real quick just as a frame of reference. Because I think they're like comparable laser supers or even Batistas. So that's like it doesn't feel like it's a 20 frame super. It feels slower.
Yeah.
Um let me
To be fair, 20 it should be 21 frames actually.
21 frames.
Yeah.
Okay. Like 21 frame, it feels longer
Yeah. I th-
than that.
I
But
think a lot of that has to do just with the fact that it's it's not like it doesn't have a lot of vertical reach unlike Narukami's for example.
yeah, that and like it doesn't last as long as Narukami's. Like, what is that? Um, active. So like, God,
I can't read that. Just
yeah,
I'm not enough of a nerd. It doesn't last very
yeah.
long.
Like, it doesn't last very long compared to like Narukami's. Like so, So for frame of reference, Narukami's is 5 plus. It's 5 plus 33 flash plus 13, so it's 18 frames. So it's 3 frames slower, but I definitely think it just comes out a lot faster. And
Mhm.
I think the frames matter in the situation. And for example, Batista's is 17 frames. So uh she has a worse one. And like, you think, oh, maybe you could do some like cheeky, like you know, like maybe just wake up super with with like a quick active switch tool and then you're good. But no, this thing is too short for you to like capitalize me like to get any meaningful capitalization off of it for most characters.
Mhm. I will say it's pretty damn hard if you don't have a laser to actually punish it from full screen, but that's kind of the case with a lot of laser supers anyways. Um I think like -31 is a little better than Zeodyne and Batista Super.
Yeah, let me see. -38 for Batista and -34 for Nakagami.
Yeah, it's a little better. So it's generally difficult for some characters to punish it. Um, but I think its best use case is just kind of a check from full screen. It does decent chip, so it's a nice thing to cancel from Residence to 360 if they block it from full screen. I I will say I think one thing that we haven't discussed about it, it does have a little bit of a dead zone right in front of it.
Oh yeah. I would say I don't want to talk about it, but we're here to talk about it. Yeah, it's awful. It's painful. It's like I'm looking at I'm looking at Batista's right now. I'm looking at Narukami's and like it kind of has a. I mean, I've seen Narukami just get hoed by the dead zone as well, but Batista, the laser is like half of the hitbox is in her.
Yeah.
But
Uh
I digress. It's like it's it's combo fodder, and it's not even good at that because like the damage isn't that great, and
yeah.
it's I think there is room for it to be better, but like it's just not.
I think it's nice as an occasional thing you whip out, but I think it's a little too niche to put it. Like I know there's like a lot of niche stuff in B tier, but it's one of those niches that I don't think that really bolsters Celica's threat all too much.
Yeah. Um. But yeah, I think I think we can. I think we're good on that.
All right.
And then God, I want to put this thing in Z tier, but like
I mean, like, what's
I'll put it in
preventing?
Z tier.
Yeah, it's pretty. I mean, it's literally only combo fodder. I hold on. Let me check the frame data on it because I mean, all auto combo enders suck and are only used for cross raid. But like this one feels particularly bad because she just like sits on the floor after it.
Yeah.
-36.
Yeah, it's -36. And so what's really bad about it too is that like, dude, if you're in like yellow diamonds or in like high blue diamonds, that thing will just drop on you.
Yeah, it's a little
Like
weird.
ideally you want to let the like all 5 hits of the drill hit, but like if you try and do that, you're going to get blown up for it because like more than likely that character will just drop out of it.
Yeah, it's no one's surprised if you played the game for long enough. Auto combo enders are something that you only use for cross raid, but like this one is just particularly bad.
Yeah. Um Yeah, moving on. 6P. I kind of want to say A tier, but it's like I think B tier is where it belongs because it's less universal. Like if I'm going to compare the assists, it's less universally applicable than 5P by far.
Mm-hmm.
Because it's like it's it's nice like for some characters, but everyone else is just kind of like, what the hell is this?
Yeah, it's one of those awkward assists for sure. It doesn't. It hits weird. It has pretty long startup for not a huge reward. Like it's a laser assist when we have stuff like freaking like Susanoo 6P in the game that just like check it. Like it's not super fast, so it's like it's pretty awkward, but it's nice sometimes. I'd say.
Yeah, like um, it can catch some people off guard because I know that like one of the things that a lot of people do sometimes is just kind of just like maybe from mid or full screen they just kind of push it out and then they do something reckless just to see like, hey, are you going to try and punish me for this? You're going to get if you're not ready for it, you'll just get smacked by the Saga 6P that's coming.
Mm-hmm.
But outside of that, uh yeah, I think there's not much else to it. Like I said, there's a decent amount of the cast that can benefit from it, but I think the rest of them are just they can't they can't get as much application out of it. And like, God, this thing was in the same patch that used Susanoo 6P existed.
Yeah, they really looked at both of those things and was like, Susanoo should get the best 6P in the game. Celica
Yeah,
gets something okay.
yeah. It's not useless, and I'll take that.
Yeah, for sure.
Um. So yeah, 236C. Uh, this might be a little high, but I think an A tier. It's an A tier
I
because
I was gonna say I agree
so
with that, actually.
yeah. Okay. Yeah, because like it's so it like I know we've been talking a lot about like, oh, like these things aren't good call out tools. This is probably like the best like call out tool that Celica can have.
Mm-hmm.
And like it's decent. Like, it costs a meter. But what's also nice about it is that like if you really want to do like 5 BB, like let's say example you have 3 meter and you really want to cash out as much damage as possible, you do 5 BBB. And most of the time you think, oh, I can only go into laser through because 214BC will whiff. So what you do is you 5 BBB, you slightly delay it, you do 236C, and I think regardless of diamonds, provided that they don't just drop out preemptively, 214BC will connect.
Mm-hmm.
So it has some uses as like combo fodder for like a good cash out. It's also a half decent call out tool.
Yeah, like I think with the type of archetype Celica has applied, the fact that she has a laser all is great, and one of the things is that it has pretty good hit stun. So I was playing it like I said, I was playing at Soe today, and they did 236C plus Yumi 6P, and that at some ranges is a combo. At the very least, it's pressure. Um, and it's pretty nice for those options. And I just think the fact of the matter is, it's really hard to make a laser in this game like not valuable because at the very least, it's a good assist call, or it's good at calling out an assist, I should say.
Yeah. Yeah, like it's as you mentioned, I think that's probably the biggest point of just like like this character just has a laser, and I think that's already like a good enough stance as is to like even though it does cost a meter, the fact that she has one is just nice.
Mm-hmm. Like if this was like a laser tier list, I think it would be like a B tier, but in consideration with the rest of Celica, it can be an invaluable call out tool in any given matchup.
Yeah.
All right. Her
Yeah.
DP.
DP. Like, I think B tier. Like, I know I've gotten hoed on this thing a couple times, but like, I think just the overall potential of it, and like, it has a relatively decent hitbox, all things considered. It is pretty nice. Like, in the ideal timeline, because it has armor as well as like some info. Um, like, I know there's like that people are saying like, oh, you can't be safe jumped if you're playing Celica, but it's just like, dude, I've been safe jumped. Like, um, I just don't know if maybe my timing's off or whatever, but it's just yeah, like I think it's a decent tool for calling out certain safe jumps because well, who's going to be prepared for a situation where it's like, oh yeah, like I shouldn't do this safe jump because Celica is just going to invalidate it. So I don't think it belongs in C tier, despite like some of my reservations for it, because I think it's overall like it's not the worst thing in the world.
Hmm. Yeah, I'd be a little bit more generous to it. I think it's a good DP.
Yeah,
Um, I don't disagree necessarily with B tier, but I would personally put it on like the higher end of B tier, just because like I know like you can get hoed on it, but it's not even with the just the base startup in mind. It is still a 13 frame DP with uh like guard point, so it makes people think at the very least. It's not the best DP, like granted, it's not like something like Narukami DP, but the fact that it has any vertical space at all is nice. I could argue for being A, but I'm not gonna really complain about it being B.
yeah. Like there's also like a really niche case scenario where like if the opponent interacts with the guard point, counter hit, and they're above you, you can get a combo off of, but it is very rare. It's not like Narukami DP where it's like the one condition is that they're above you and it's a counter hit.
Yeah.
But like it is something to note, I feel.
Yeah, it's a I don't know. It's a nice DP. I'm not too upset about it unless they like active swap on my guard point, in which case I'm a little upset about it.
Yeah.
But that's just kind of a guard point moment. You trade off the ability to not be safe jumped with it for sometimes not having it happen, which is it's a trade off.
Yeah. All right. Celica 2B. Uh honestly, B tier button. I know it's combo fodder for one situation, but that combo fodder can lead into 10k.
Hmm.
And like also, if you want to do 2B, 5BB, it's a true block string.
Yeah.
Like it like I know realistically speaking, like when are you ever going to get like a 2B like a neutral like that? But like there have been some times and like I think if you allow your opponent to get into a rhythm, like in terms of like what they expect from you on defense, you can probably sneak into 2B somewhere and just like employ some cheeky stuff.
Yeah. I think it's really nice because it the fact that it's pretty slow actually makes it good for the use case of using it as an active swap point. And it's pretty good. It's a pretty decent starter for what it is. Um, and it's less predictable than say something like 5B or 2BB. So yeah, I think it's nice for what it is. It's not something I want to throw out often, but for pressure setups and just for the cheeky thing here or there, it's nice.
Yeah. 2C also B tier. Like it's nothing super like noteworthy as a sweep in itself, but it is decently long range and it allows for like it at least allows for something when you get a max range 5A hit. Um and it's like a decent like quote unquote like combo ender before you do a special. Like
Hmm.
at least like at least like in like you know when you go from like you know 2C to like a super or something like it's decent at that. It's you know it's a good stabilization tool.
Yeah, I like it. Just against specifically Yang and Aki because they you want some long range loads against them, but compared to some other characters, it can definitely be lacking in some regards. But a sweep is a sweep.
Yeah. Yeah. But sell a car. Honestly, A tier. Because projectile invul, and if they don't push block it, you side switch. Um, you can get some cheeky thing like if you want to cancel it at 214B and it will call out a lot of DPs. Um, uh, I think I already said projectile invul, but I'll say it again. And honestly, there are some times where people like to like for every reason when I play against people, there's like a decent handful of people that really like push blocking my 5B. And I just do 5BB and get right back in their face.
Mm-hmm.
So like it in situations like that, it can also be a good call out for push blocks.
Yeah, like it's pretty good neutral tool surprisingly in certain matchups. The sandwich or push block type of 50-50 that they play there is pretty nice. It's just like it helps round out some of Celica's things, and I think it routes well into from 5B and JB if you use them.
Yeah.
The 5AA. Oh, how
Okay.
we wish this was a standalone button.
I I want to put it in A tier, but I think it just belongs in B tier. It's really good combo fodder, but like, and sometimes like for whatever reason, it just brings back the spirit of CF and it beats bursts. So like, it is kind of funny, but like, it's all it all in all, it's just combo fodder and a really good one. I think.
Yeah. I don't know, it's really is unfortunate that this is locked behind auto combo because I know in CF this is a hella good anti-air.
Yeah, it's as far as I know, like I'm in like the CF Celica Discord, and like a lot of people have just mentioned, yeah, it's it's what's it called? As from what people are saying, it's like arguably one of the best anti-airs in the game.
Mm-hmm.
Anti-air normals.
Yeah. Theoretical, would you trade the invul on 5B if this could be our 2B?
Like the head invul?
The head invul, yeah.
I think so. Because that would allow just for like a lot more stability and a lot more threatening pressure whenever someone tries to jump at us.
Yeah. It would be interesting because the despite the misgivings of 5B that we give earlier, the fact that it does have head invul helps. It's just like, is it really worth having that over just not having this as our 2B because like, man, this button's so good.
Yeah. Like it's definitely like a sacrifice of reliability. Like it's a big button and allows for certain things, but like I think I'd much rather prefer the stability that like Celica, well, CF6B would bring as a 2B compared to just having 5A or like 5B as an anti-air.
Mm-hmm. I believe that is JAA.
That is yeah, JAA.
This button's weird because like theoretically it should be a nice like double overhead tool, but just the way it routes into from JA is like it's not fast enough to go for double overheads a lot of the time.
Yeah, it's combo fodder, so I think it deserves to be in B tier at the very least.
Mm-hmm.
Uh, I think. Let me see. Yeah, like, and the thing is too, like, if you have to be at a really specific height on, like, maybe a tall character to get like a triple overhead, but even then, it's just like you normally don't go for that.
Yeah. If she had a uni air dash, it would be I think a lot better. But since she has a blaze boot air dash, like the angle that it covers is not as good.
Yeah. Oh god. JA, I want to put you in C tier so bad, but because it's the only air-to-air tool that we have, you're in B. Like, if we had another option, throw that in C, but like we don't.
Yeah, like it's pretty nice in terms of hitbox, as we discussed earlier. Just like, ah, man, you really do lose a lot of air exchanges because of how slow it is. It's unfortunate because if this was a 10 framer, I think it would be one of Celica's best buttons.
Yeah.
But like those 2 frames, man, they really do mean something.
Yeah, it's really a shame because let me look it up where she was in CF because I'm pretty sure the button is like I'm not going to say exponentially better, but I'm pretty sure it is like I remember talking about this before, but so let me just look this up. As far as I know, that's Celica JC. So oh, it's also 12 frames. Okay. Never mind. I thought it was better.
To be fair, I think the environment it's is different enough where I think it's CF is now by no means like a slow game per se, but I don't think it's as fast as BBTAG.
Yeah.
So I think the 2 extra frames are probably a bit better. Also, I just don't know how good air buttons are in CF. I don't play it too much.
Yeah.
But yeah. I will say it is a nice air dash in button just for catching people because of how long it is. It's pretty nice for Oki in that regard, but like the neutral game, it kind of suffers a little bit.
Yeah. Yeah, like God. Like I said, I want to put you in C tier so bad, but like you're our only option for an air to air button, so you get to stay in B.
Yeah. I actually another thing too. It's got pretty good counter hit stun too. So there's that. It's
Oh
like
yeah.
it's one of those buttons. It's great if it comes out,
Yeah.
but that isn't always the case. Yeah. All right, 2 moves
Yeah.
left. Or did you have
Two
something?
A.
Okay.
Honestly, I think this is an A tier button. It's a good pressure, like a solid like pressure tool on top of it's a solid pressure tool on top of what's it called? Uh Also like a just a good combo fodder in case if you're like don't really feel confident in committing to something like 5A into 5B.
Hmm.
Um and like what's really nice too is that you can like the Gatling options are pretty good. I mean, granted it's only two, but these two are just super good. It Gatlings into 5A and it Gatlings into 5B. And you know, since both of those like whether on hit or on block you'll get a combo, but it's also nice because like even if you don't like at any point when you Gatling into 5A or 5B, it's jump cancelable. So it's really solid. And like it's a two hitting low. So like it can there have been some times where people just aren't holding for more than like a millisecond and they just get clipped by the second part.
Yeah, that's happened to me a couple times before, and like, I think it also is rebeatable from 5AA too, if I'm not mistaken.
Um yeah, it is. Like
Yeah.
you can do like 5AA, 2A. I don't think you can rebeat like quote unquote rebeat into 5A, but you could do like 5AA, 2A, 5B.
Hmm. Yeah, which is pretty nice pressure overall because like a lot of that is jump cancelable, which lets you reset pressure or chase down. So it's pretty nice. I think it Celica up close is has pretty decent strike throw. I mean, kind of predicated on the next button I think we're gonna cover, but uh just her rebeat options and her general like how good this 2A is really helps iron out a lot of her pressure strings. I think the only unfortunate thing is it doesn't connect well from long range 5A in a good amount of scenarios, which can be relevant.
Yeah. Mm. Yeah, like I think it's solid overall, and that's why like I put it in A tier. I think it deserves to be there.
Yeah, I'm inclined to agree too. But last but not least, my favorite button in this entire game. Celica for it.
Honestly, I think it belongs in A tier as well. Because
Yeah.
like, it is a pretty good tick throw option, and like the fact that you can hold it just also kind of makes it better because in some scenarios you just put up a wall in front of people.
Yeah, it's pretty
Oh
funny. I think
yeah,
I think one of the weird big things that it's good against is that it's a decent check to a dodgy 6p. You just hold
yeah. No,
that.
yeah. Like granted, it's not exclusive to Celica because I think Ragna 5, like I think Ragna 4P is it's accomplishes the same thing, but I think like it allows for a lot more funny like interactions just because you can just hold down the button instead of having to like time it with Ragna.
hmm Yeah, like this thing right here is kind of nasty for like tick throw setups, honestly. Just because it has variable timing on when you can let it go. It doesn't have a lot of pushback either. And it's a 6 framer. I think this is Celica's best mash option too. Um, it's kind of a kitchen sink type button. One of those deceptively good ones just because it's fast, good for tick throws. I think it's only -1 too. Oh, -2. -2 is still pretty good for what it is, especially with how you can time how it has variable timing for how long you press it. It's essentially one of those moves that got straight up buffed from CF because you can't hold this down in CF.
Yeah, you have to mash it.
So it's a yeah, it's a really nice button. Like you don't necessarily see it too often, but as kind of like just a vibe check thing or like a tick throw setup thing, it's pretty nice.
Yeah.
All right. That is the full Celica move tier list here. Would you like to make any movements before we move on to our next topic, which I think is the last topic?
Yeah. Let's see. Put 4P in hell. No, but no, this is good. Let me just look at it again a little more.
Okay.
Yeah, I think I'm satisfied with the list.
All right. Very cool. Very cool. I it's definitely fun to make move tier lists like this because it's always interesting to think about how good a move is relative to the rest of the kit because like it's easy to say that this button is bad, but it can be or this button's not as good as it could be, I guess is more specifically. But when you take the entirety of the character's kit together and realize how many moves that you actually need to use in order to play her most effectively, it can be different than over the overall like objective fact about how good the button is. Like I think Celica 2360 is a perfect exemplification to that. It's not a great laser, but taking in whole with her kit, it's like it's a borderline necessity in some matchups.
Yeah.
But all right, now here's the more theoretical part of the video. How do we prevent situations like this from happening? How do you fix Celica in this game? We've been talking about a lot of her flaws, a couple of her strengths here or there, but I think needless to say that we both agree that Celica, if a theoretical patch were to come out, is definitely in need of some changes and especially buffs. So this section right here is how I think we're going to end the video. But we really just wanted to discuss some of our thoughts on how to fix Celica and some of the preamble. We're gonna have a set of normal changes that we think would be reasonable for the game, but we're also gonna have a set of schizophrenic, like crazy changes that we as Celica enjoyers would like to see to make her stupid busted. Um, I think generally our ethos when it comes to the like actual normal changes is to bolster her up and like bump her up that little bit just so she is a solid like maybe like low A tier character or at the very least like a high B tier character. We don't want to have this character be uber buffed because I don't necessarily think that she needs to occupy that space. We'd like it to be, but like we want like small reasonable changes that a small patch could reasonably do, right?
Yeah.
But yeah, you have definitely thought about this for quite a while, so you can give your changes, and I'm sure like a lot of my changes are similar to yours, anyways.
Yeah. So I think if like, so I'll talk about the reasonable ones first. What I think is reasonable is I think swap the swap the way the healing mechanic works. So like if she has red health, then she has access to enhanced state, which would basically put her in it for the majority of the game. But I think it'd be a little funny. It's just like, yeah, I perfected with Celica. I wasn't in enhanced state that entire time. GG, shake my hand. Like, um, but I think that would be in terms of like simplifying her healing mechanic from uh from CF. I feel like that would be like, at least from the way we've observed so far with the 5 years that we've had this patch. I think that wouldn't be the worst idea. Maybe because it would help Celica play and it would help Celica just be in enhancing more, so she just like has better damage potential, just overall like some better buttons and whatnot, or not better buttons, but just have a more threatening presence. Um, so I think that would be the first thing that I change, and it's like I think there would be even more of a discussion of like, do I sacrifice damage or do I like have um like, do I sacrifice damage or do I continue to like pull away or like pull away in the damage race uh if the mechanic was reversed.
Mm-hmm.
um I think, and then the other thing that the two other things I'd really like is like make Celica either, well, I guess four things. Make Celica JA like 10 frames. Um and then and then give Celica like a J2C, which is basically her, the JAA, or in CF the JB. Because I think it'd just be better if she had. I think it'd be nice if she just had a jump in tool in general. And then the last thing that I'd like is for Celica 5BB, so her Celicar, to um, be a little faster and um, and travel a little farther. Primarily just, and like the only reason why I want that is just to compensate for when you get a max range hit on 5A. Because max range hit on 5A, 5BB will just whiff. And like, because of how much recovery 5BB has, uh if the opponent's ready for it, and even if they like react to, oh, they dropped out, you you get punished for it pretty harshly.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, like I completely agree with those changes. If I had to add one thing into the changes, would uh I would move 4P, or I would remove 4P from the game, and what I would have it do is replace current 5P with 4P, and if you hit the 4P or current 5P, it does the heal, just so that you have some way to get the heal. Because as we mentioned, the heal is kind of useless, but it would be kind of nice to have a little bit of extra healing, assuming you do hit that that 4P. And I think in most scenarios it shouldn't matter too much that she's out for a little longer. I mean, I'll get into the schizophrenic change, what I would what I would like to happen when you hit 4P in that case, but yeah, I would definitely change her assist, and then for her 5P, and I would like to hear your opinion on this. I think the most reasonable thing we could do is make 5P into launch quiche, which is 214A, and Obviously, maybe not with the projectile guard point, but I think it would just be nice to just round out her kit like that. That way, she maintains her good anti-air anti-air assist option, and she has a general standard like relatively fast like forward moving advancing assist that a lot of characters have.
Yeah. I'm in general agreement. I do have a little bit of a difference of opinion, but that's honestly the way I'd go about that is like definitely in the schizophrenic buffs territory. But
Yeah.
yeah, I think like as much as I would like um better frame data on like maybe like slightly better frame data on like 214A, it can keep the current properties that it has right now outside of the startup just so it can be used as like an actual like projectile call out tool. Because I think like yeah, Celica is different from Ragna, but in terms of like the kits, it's just like it's just so much more applicable. Like Ragna stuff is so much more applicable compared to like Celica's, where it's like, yeah, this would be nice as like I think what would separate Ragna or Celica from Ragna really nicely is if her tools were actually meant to be used as call out rather than just having like um more like traditional rushdown is I think one of the ways I can put it.
Mm-hmm.
Like, you'd have your 2148 to call out like people doing projectiles, like provided that it's like I wouldn't make it so that like you can use it preemptively, but like just or not preemptively but reactively, but like just so that like the window to use it preemptively is a lot more
Mm-hmm.
um yeah, because I think that's like where kind of Celica would shine, where just you know you purposely put yourself like I think it would just make her kit a little more cohesive because it's like if you want to like use like let's like you like if the healing mechanic was reversed, you deliberately give like take some damage by just guard pointing through like maybe someone mashing a button or like some button in neutral, or you do like 2-1-4-8 to call it projectile, and it's just like hey, like you're putting yourself in an advantageous situation for sacrificing a little bit of your damage.
Mm-hmm. It's just like yeah, there's just a lot of awkward things to shore up in Celica Kit, and I hope those like reasonable changes could come. I think in terms of priority, I think the biggest things are fix her assist and then make her JA faster. If I could ask for two things out of the couple that we suggested, I would want just those two, and I think that would improve Celica's playability by a lot.
Oh yeah, definitely. I'm in agreement there.
Yeah.
Like I think it'd be funny if like Celica had like it's kind of similar to how like Ragna 5P works, where like normally like when you do Hell's Fang as its own move and the follow up, like you don't get a wall bounce. But I think it'd be funny is if Celica 5P was basically like effectively a budget version of like my 5P would be nice. Like
Mm-hmm.
like not as fast and doesn't travel as far, but at least like something that you can like just throw out as like a good lariat in neutral.
Mm-hmm. That
But
that would be nice.
yeah, I think that would just straight up bolster her to like just I think those changes alone would put her in like very solid contention for A tier.
Mm-hmm.
And I think that's perfect where she is.
Yeah, like for the type of archetype Celica is, I don't think she needs to or really can be a top tier without like overtuning the kit. Um,
Yeah.
and I think those two changes at least bring her in line with a lot of the other characters that are considered like high tier, like A tier. But those are the reasonable changes. It's time to go
Yeah.
crazy.
Oh boy. All right. So, first things first. Just make her a mechanic exactly like CF. So, just like whenever you land a successful drive, then it's just like the next special that you do just gives you the enhanced version. So basically, like what that implies is that it just gives you like you could do your 2-1-4-A loops whenever you want. Um, give her 2-1-4-A and 2-1-4-B like CF properties. So like in the corner, not only is it like a decent call out point against projectiles, but it has enough hit stun for you to pick up a 2A in the corner. Well, 2B in a CF. but 2A for the sake of BBTAG. Um, and now 214B is actually a good mix tool because it gives you the funny ground bounce on hit when you do an enhanced version. And let me also double check frame data real quick because I'm pretty sure with the enhanced version, it's also safe. Give me that too. That sounds delicious.
That'd be so
Um,
funny.
yeah. So let me just before we continue. Yeah. So 214B normal is -10, but on block it's -2.
Yeah, in a game like BBTAG, that would be like ridiculous because you would just get to, oh, they blocked the overhead. Here's the second one, while your other assist is still like popping off of them. That'd be great, especially considering
Yeah.
like with these changes, Celica should theoretically be in enhanced state a lot longer. Um, and it would give her a nice reason to be in enhanced state while she's in the corner because like kind of in the weird thing about like hand state like right now is that it doesn't really matter if you're already in the corner because none of the properties really come into play for any of the enhanced moves in the corner, so it's a little weird in that regard.
Yeah.
So those
And
would be
like
helpful.
yeah, and like the my general philosophy when it comes to frame data with fighting games is that like when you're in the like 1 and 2 range, when it like regardless of plus or minus, that's like the funny range where it's still in contention on like when you want to press a button or not. So like you could just like pseudo scare people into doing stuff by it being -2.
Yeah, on top of the armor too, it would just be like I think
Yeah, like
if you were able to like beat out a DP, for example, I mean, with these changes, actually, you would be able to convert it off it anyways. But I think it would just be funny too in some weird situations, like, oh, I'm only -2, I'm gonna mash you.
yeah, and like because it's minus but not enough to be punishable, like you could just like threaten the hell out of people with just doing like like DP as well.
hmm
So it would be pretty funny.
Yeah, that would be sick. One of the schizophrenic changes that I want is I want 6P to be about as fast as like I'll say like Batista laser. Um, because I basically I want to get rid of the charge up on 6P. I know that would kind of screw over some teams, but overall it would make it such a better assist.
Yeah. I actually have two different ways about going about it.
hmm
So either make it like unlimited or 236C where it's just instant. So like basically like another form of like Susanoo 6P.
hmm
Or you keep the frame data and you make it a ghetto Hawkerman 6P by just having the damage be ramped up.
Oh God.
So like
With
not
the
exactly like Hawkerman 6P damage, but like it just does more damage than like what it does now because of like the extra charge up on it. Or
yeah
because of the charge up that it already has.
yeah like I'm assuming with a lot bigger like hit stun too to compensate.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly.
It'd be funny.
Yeah.
Raise the hitbox a little bit too. I mean, we're going crazy with the changes, so like, why not?
Yeah. Speaking of assist changes, so my schizophrenic 5P would be it's just Celicar. Like so it's Celicar, and if it's on block, it's just that, and like it side switches. Or like it you end up behind them, so it's like Blake or Seth 5P. And
hmm
if it's on hit, then it does the last part of the 5B string and it does a heal.
Yeah, that would be really
Uh,
nice for a lot of
yeah.
things because it I'm assuming one of the schizophrenic changes we're gonna improve her healing, right?
Yeah, like the healing's better, or it's just as comparable as to like her just doing a 5EB by herself.
hmm
So like it would do that. Um yeah, it would do that on hit.
Yeah, I I I think a nice thing about that too that might be maybe an unintentional buff is on hit, that would give you so much time to act swap into your other character in case you need that to happen. Which is pretty relevant for I think a couple characters where having that longer AS window might help. But I mean, just the fact that we're giving her a sandwich assist at all is like, we're getting really spicy with that one. Would I want that in actual BB tag? Probably not, unless no one else played Celica. In which case, yeah, give me that. Like,
Yeah.
it would be really
Like,
toxic.
oh, it absolutely do. It would just be like, dude, we're gonna pull up. Like, one of us is going to win a major, and then just like be like, yeah, gap, and then just refuse to elaborate.
Yeah, that would be insane. But I mean, hey, like we're trying to make like these crazy changes are not intended for actual like gameplay suggestions, but we would like them.
Yeah, these are all just like, man, like I want this character to be that good, and I want it like this is borderline getting into the point where it's like, yeah, if you play this character, you're carried, and it's just like, if this hypothetical buff were to happen, I'd be like, I went through the fire and flames with this character. I deserve this now.
Yeah. What would you make her? What would you make her current 4P? Or what would you have her 4P be with as a crazy change?
um, it would probably be something like, um, probably just something like enhanced Celica DP,
Mm-hmm.
but like with like, I mean, obviously without the armor, but at the very least with like a similar hitbox.
Yeah. Like enhanced DP has a freaking huge hitbox for like no reason.
Yeah, like I'm gonna let's take a look at that real quick.
Just like where it
I think
is.
it's under universal moves. It's at the it's right below
Oh yeah.
yeah.
Like it's pretty damn big.
Yeah, like that's a pretty nice hitbox. Like I think where it would like be a little unfortunate is because it's a in terms of horizontal range, it's kind of like whatever. But I mean, if you're going to use it as an anti and they're approaching you at that angle, I think it would just blow a lot of people up.
It's like god damn. I I wouldn't be opposed. I mean, if we take the frame data, 13 frame anti-air assist like that would be pretty solid. But like I don't know, dude, make it good as Ruby. Make it 10 frames.
I agree.
Why not? Like if honestly, I think making enhanced DP into 4P now would be a fine change overall. It would have its ups and downs compared to using the current 5P. I think it would be better overall though.
Yeah. Like I think what it would do is that like it would kind of like it would kind of hurt Celica a little bit, but I think the overall like I think it would make Celica like for the Celica player, it would give them like a little more like nuanced decision making rather than just, oh, they're in the air or in my general space, I'm going to 5P.
Mm-hmm.
But I think it would be an overall good change because she actually has 3 assists.
Yeah, for sure.
Um
It would be really funny if it was random between 5B and enhanced DP, but they're both 10 frames. That might be a
oh
little
god.
crazy though. It
I
would
mean, we are going schizophrenic, so like it would be kind of funny though.
I you know what? Like if we're gonna have it be enhanced DP, maybe like it's enhanced or it does the enhanced DP if she is or would be in enhanced state, and it does 5B or a current 5P if she's not. Just so it's at
That'd be
least
pretty funny.
yeah, like just so it's a little controllable on the Celica's part. But I still suggest both are still 10 frames because it'd be kind of funny.
Yeah. It just came to my mind. And do you want it like an actual like schizophrenic buff?
Yeah, sure.
Celica DP has the same like properties on counter hit and CF. So like whoever it is, like if they interact with a guard point, they just get sent into the stratosphere.
Yeah. Oh, are we gonna have it charge up too?
That would be hilarious. You know how funny like routing could get with that?
Yeah,
You could just charge Celica DP.
that'd be
That'd be
sick.
awesome.
I kind of want that now.
And just
Like,
like fully charge it. It's like, oh, did you interact with a guard point you weren't blocking? Oh, I'll see you on the top of the Empire State Building eventually.
you know what would be really screwed up too, if like
What's up?
while you were charging it, and someone interacts with your guard point, and you know they can block afterwards, so you could just call an assist during like before you let the DP rip.
That would just be criminal. Like this
Like,
character might just be top one.
that would be so stupid. I kind of want that now.
I mean, like it's the same principles as someone doing like Rachel, like what is that, 2B with an assist, but
Mm-hmm.
just like exponentially better.
Yeah, so funny. We shouldn't be game
That'd be
devs,
hilarious.
but like that'd be so
We
funny.
shouldn't be. Like
That'd be great.
like just make sure to like put a shot collar on us whenever we start saying some like weirdo stuff, because like I think our normal buffs are fine as is,
Hmm.
but just like the schizophrenic stuff, like yeah, we should definitely be taken out back for that.
Yeah. Like, I'll also keep in mind, like, where applicable, I would also want the normal changes on top of these changes that we have right now. So faster Celicar on top of faster JA. Like this character would be kind of busted, to be honest. I would
No,
also
like
love if 5B, if we had to keep it as our proper anti-air, also like just like put the invul on like frame like 8 or something instead of like frame 10. Maybe even frame
yeah,
6 if we're going crazy with it. Why not put it on frame 6.
sure. Yeah,
Eh,
it's just you know, two frame head invul like slower than Ragna, but like just that big of a hitbox. Yeah, justifiable really.
yeah, I mean give her CF like give her the CF anti-air too. Why not? Like have her have 2 anti-airs. It'd be funny.
Yeah, just randomly like, hey, yeah, like I know other characters didn't get this, but yeah, Celica now have their 6B,
Yeah.
and it's just the same input.
It's like why not? It'd be kind of
Yeah,
funny.
that'd be
Uh
hilarious.
I think a big thing too is like actually with the changes so far, it just should be an enhanced state, so a lot more. But like if I had to, I'd like somehow give her like more consistent combo routing in unenhanced. But I think with the changes that we have, it shouldn't be a huge problem. But like, yeah, why not? Just make her perfect. Like she's not a flawed character when unenhanced. She's still good. Like that that'd be silly.
Yeah, yeah, I think like with like the faster like Celicar and all that, like I definitely think like she just, well, actually no, or yeah, actually it would be more consistent, but like God, if there's just some way we could just connect like 5B JA on like those five cheating people, then I think we'd be good.
Yeah. But in terms of like crazy changes, that's it. I mentioned it previously. Like bump our healing numbers by a lot. Like at least
Yeah,
like triple what they are. I can't even say triple what they are now. That's not that much. Like maybe even like quintuple what they are right now. Would that be kind of toxic? Yeah.
yeah,
Anyways.
like look, in terms of schizophrenic buffs, yeah, I think like I think what could be constituted as like somewhat fair is like whatever her healing numbers are, as like a not as like as a not a way to like overtune it. I think like a nice like 1.5 multiplier on whatever she has now would be nice as a quote unquote reasonable buff, because
Okay.
like it's very like it's not great as is right now, and I think
Uh-huh.
like oh like 1.5 into the numbers right now would be okay.
Yeah, like I mean, 1.5 off 110 is still only like 200 health, but I mean, it's something. Like I think a 1.5 times modifier is reasonable.
Yeah,
If I was being like absolutely crazy with it, yeah, slap the 5 times multiplier on it. Why not?
yeah, and also Oh, another schizophrenic buff. Um, do what do what Diddley did for the BBTAG Unlimited mod Celica, where like she gets enhanced healing for just being in resonance.
That would be sick.
Because like I know the damage numbers and like the properties got amped up, but like someone had like someone was testing some stuff and like Celica was in like level 4 resonance and like in the BBTAG Unlimited and did a combo that did like over like 30k and Celica was still not dead.
That's hilarious.
Yeah. Like I think that'd be hilarious. Just like, oh yeah, like Celica has extra healing, so it's like, oh, like you're at level 1 resonance, oh, but you're actually at like 3 in terms of healing. And like even when you have no red health, you still just keep going.
Yeah. God. I never would want to see that implemented in this game. But when
Uh,
I'm playing Celica, yeah.
you know how funny it would be? Like, oh yeah, I have level 4 resonance. I'm just going to pop it and just run in your face, and I just want to see what you can do.
Yeah.
It'd be hilarious. Like in the, I mean, healing stops when you get hit in BB tag, but like if Celica just for whatever reason broke the mold, it's just like, yeah, even though like you're doing damage to her, she's still healing. What are you gonna do
Mhm.
about it? You got a combo that does 15k, right?
Surely clueless. Yeah, that's man. Make 4A plus on block too. Why not? If Susanoo can have a plus on block 4A.
Dude, you know how threatening that would be? Just like you just hold that in someone's face, and it's just like, oh, you're going to have to deal with a tick throw, or like you're going to have to deal with whatever they're doing next. And I think that's hilarious. I'm all for it.
Yeah. Okay. I unless you have anything else that comes to mind, I think that's all the crazy changes that I would want, and it's been a long video to say the least, but um like I said, if you have any if you have any more crazy changes you want to say, then feel free to, but I think it's about time we wrap up.
Yeah, I think it's about that time. I don't think I have any more in the pocket anymore.
Understandable, but yeah, this was the fifth official episode of the Lawn Cast. Something a little bit different, at least in terms of the characters I cover. Normally, covering the Orie or the Yukiko, but I'm hoping to branch out to certain things. Having maybe more guests on in the future depends on like who I can grab and who I feel comfortable grabbing as well. Me and E30 have had this idea for quite a while now, and it has been a long time coming. 5 years of BB Tag and 5 years of playing Celica has brewed up a lot of thoughts, good and bad overall. So we just wanted to yap about this. Probably like I know E30 mains the character, so probably like one of his favorite characters, but a character I have gotten to enjoy a lot in the past and even now. So it's very fun talking about Celica for this long. I wasn't expecting it to be a 4 hour podcast, to be honest, but hey, hope everyone who has gotten to this point has enjoyed the ramblings. And E30, do you have anything like closing words to say?
Yeah, I'll just mention like this was originally going to be an idea that I was going to do like a bit of a case study independently, but I'm glad that we just kind of came together and said like, hey, let's do just like a long cast episode on it. I think it's just going to be all the better for it because I have someone, I appreciate you giving me the platform and time to yap alongside you about a character we both enjoy. So it's much appreciated. I know like we've had like ideas about this like since I think like at least the idea of this Elga case study since like probably sometime like last year. So I'm glad it's finally we've been able to uh, wrap this up and like effectively close the chapter on this. And I'm glad I hope people will have some insight and just have some more insight and have been given some more nuance to the character that we've enjoyed. That's been like honestly, like pretty slept on as of late. I know. I mean, I mentioned before, but there are some people that like genuinely believe that she's like bottom 10 or like the worst character in the game, and I think she's far from either of those statements. So, again, it was fun having being able to finally talk about this, and I'm glad we were able to just cover a bunch of topics, and it was it's just a fun time in general. So appreciate you allowing me to be on and finally getting this done.
Yes, yes, and if anyone who has watched up to this point has any comments, questions, etc., the comment section is always available. But this has been once again episode 5 of the Loncast Celica appreciation video, and with E30 on with me in the on the mic, there is only one way to end it off. So why don't you do the honors?
All right, so this is gonna be a little different. I'm sure you'll see at the end. But yeah, thanks again for tuning in. It's been a pleasure. This has been the Longcast episode 5. Hope to see you all next time for another episode. I'm sure it'll be a blast. And I'm sure there's a lot of more ideas that Long will cook. So stay tuned for that. But as per usual, all good things must come to an end. So for now, stay safe, stay beautiful, drink your water, tell your friends and family you love them. But most importantly, shout outs to Celica.
Shout outs to Celica.
Y'all take care and see you next time. Peace.